Fleet Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. It's time now for Cuz Radio.
What up, Cuz?
Deshaun Jackson gets a block. Are you kidding?
Talking with the Cuz.
Go Cuz. How you doing?
Stairs rips one into the night.
Stolen by the doctor. Yes, he's got it. Here he comes. Way rock the baby to sleep and slam dunk.
Look, Cuz, don't even try it, okay?
Now here's Anthony Gargano.
Why don't you get the hell out of here, Cuz?
Oh, happy day, everybody. Everybody's on my nerves. It's 10:01. I'm already pissed off with everybody. What's up, Jamie?
You locked out of your computer there?
Yeah, because, look, I love the engineering department, but they fixed the computer and then changed the password and don't tell anybody, so now the computer's locked again because they're afraid ISIS might come in here and try to listen to Jamie's fart noises that he has in his old folder.
Well, in fairness, I do have a great folder of sound effects. And
Anthony drops. Yeah, ISIS might come in and be like, oh, I got to hear Bond over my meatballs, so
Well,
let's
maybe they're
steal this and
using-
use this for our own power.
Yeah, maybe they're using
man.
Anthony Drops as a decoding message system,
I guess.
it's possible.
And then I'm getting texts about other stuff that I don't need to know this right as I'm about to go on the air. Okay? I appreciate the tip.
Happy Thursday, Andrew. The Phillies are almost back.
Holy
don't
hell,
worry.
it's another day without sports.
Just one more day. You're
Dude,
almost there.
Seriously, why would you change a password, not tell anybody, and now we're back to square one?
Right, get this man back on track.
Jesus.
Make him happy.
I'm going to try. All right. The only thing that made me happy is I'm on my Twitter now on my phone.
There you go.
And I saw the photo of the Little Tykes basketball hoop that we put up yesterday. So that's the only thing that's making me happy right now.
Wait, let me see. Is it the one I have?
I'm sure it is. It's
the standard, like $28 Little Tykes.
Yeah.
It's
great.
I get buckets because you got to keep the shots low with the ceiling in the basement. So, I've kind of perfected my line drive across the basement jumper.
Yeah.
And Skylar thinks I'm basically Michael Jordan on this thing.
Oh, I dunked over Cooper,
Yeah.
and then I gave him the too small celebration. I was like, come on, dude. That's Brown.
You gave him
I gave him the too small.
The AJ Brown. Steelers are too small. Stop even trying.
So you said the Phillies are almost back. You know what that means? We still have no sports today.
I miss them, man.
I do too.
Every time this week comes around every year, I get it. It's an all-star, but it's I miss them.
Yeah,
you forget how much you grow to.
Especially when they're good.
Well, yeah, only when they're good.
Like 3 years ago, you didn't miss
In
them.
2006, I wasn't missing them.
You weren't missing
I was
them.
probably
2006 you were. That was kind of the beginning.
2016. Sorry. Yeah, the bad years.
I was like, come on, man. John Lieber was
John Lieber.
He was your ace of the staff, man.
Yeah, usually it's like, oh, God, because 2 weeks until training camp, your usual host is going to come back snarling and
frothing.
Frothing up for football.
Punching me.
Yeah, and because 2 weeks away.
I was wondering why I haven't had any bruises on me.
Yeah, there you go. You can
actually it's been the whole year because he hasn't been here. He's been in the show home, but whatever.
But 2 weeks from football. But yeah, you miss the Phillies every time this year.
Yeah, and they're back tomorrow with Christopher Sanchez on the bump. Right?
He's been good.
Ray's really excited for that. We've waited a week since the Phillies, and we got Chris Sanchez starting game one.
He's been good.
He's been fine.
He's been fine.
He did pitch well against the Rays. I'll give him that.
I don't know where you're going in this open because I didn't really read the show sheet yet. My bad. But
that's okay.
I don't think fifth pitcher is something you need to worry about because the trade deadline's 2 weeks away.
Yeah.
To me, a fifth pitcher does nothing.
I'll say if there's a cheap option out there, you go for it.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to throw Jack Flaherty in a deal as like a here you go, get him away from us type of thing when you trade for Nolan Arenado, then sure. But I'm not searching out a fifth starter.
And we're going to get into everything Phillies later on the show because there was an interesting tweet from Buster Olney last night, and he actually was on with our buddy Kevin Nagandi on SportsCenter. And Buster's going to join the show tomorrow. We have Matt Gelb coming up at 12:30 to start talking about Phillies' second half and trade opportunities, which the Phillies should be buyers, and Buster Olney believes that they will be. So we're going to have some fun with that later on. But speaking of having fun and speaking of having no sports, this is when you start getting creative a little bit on the radio waves. And thank God Ray Dunn was doing a deep dive in Reddit. I don't know what you were doing. I don't know if you were trying to search weird stuff.
Reddit can get real weird real quick.
And it did. This Reddit post that Ray found yesterday got real weird. There's a guy named Craig. And Craig was is a big Bucks fan and was a big user of the Bucks Reddit page, right? And that's where you get a lot of detail. You get a lot of dirt in the Reddit page because I'm sure there's
It's the front page of the internet, as they call it.
Yeah, like we have Twitter burners. I'm sure there's a lot of active NBA Reddit users, for all we know.
You have Twitter burner?
I don't.
You just said we have Twitter burners.
I said there are a lot of people that have Twitter burners.
You got a burner, bro?
I do not have one.
What do you do?
I have 3.
You pump up. You have 3.
I have ASAL Tunis 975 at 975 middays and at 975 The Fanatic, even though that password gets changed every month, too.
Sounds like you got burners. I think I'm going to find you.
Maybe.
KD just said he's got his burner on Threads
already. Yeah,
come and find me.
So this guy says he's a big Bucks fan, but in 2020, he was backpacking through Eastern Europe. And he said he admittedly made some poor decisions, which led to an extended stay in a Russian prison.
My first thought was opium smuggling. How about you guys?
Whatever Brittany Griner did. Recently, I was released and was able to make my way back toward my friend's place in Munich, who's been debriefing me on some pop culture events that I missed while we worked towards rebuilding my life. Side note, Shazam's my favorite superhero, and I can't wait to watch both his movies. I know nothing about the current state of the NBA, just that the Bucks won a title. How's the league looking? Any up-and-comers, strong teams, blah, blah, blah. So this guy claims...
Let me tell you about these 2 up-and-comers, John Morant and Zion Williamson.
Yeah.
They're going to be the face of the league.
So
or
this
maybe
guy claims that he got arrested and into a Russian prison and was gone for 3 years.
That's tops of the places in the world I would never want to be there myself in.
No, I'd avoid that one. I don't necessarily truly believe the story. Not impossible.
I think the Shazam thing is kind of telling you
that's when it ends.
A little bit of humor involved with it.
So here's what we're going to do. We are going to at least spin this a little bit and have fun with it and spin it into a Philadelphia sports topic. So I want you to think for a second, Jamie. Since 2020, a lot has happened in Philadelphia sports.
The roaring 20s.
Well, yeah, that's what it was supposed to be.
It was.
And I'll be honest, it kind of has been.
Yeah, you got a Super Bowl, you got an MLS Cup, you got a World Series, you got the Sixers.
A Sixers
existing.
team, even though they lose in the second round, they're competitive. They're contenders, 50-win teams. They always have star talent on the team.
They have an MVP.
So I want to try to figure out since 2020, and here's what we'll do. If you were to sit down with somebody and go, hey, I've been arrested. I was in a Russian prison for the last 3 years. I know nothing about what has happened in Philadelphia sports. How would you break it down? How would you say this is how it's gone in Philadelphia sports? And I want to lead with this question. And we put up a poll already on the midday account. Have you enjoyed being a Philadelphia sports fan since 2020?
Yes, because I know it's very hard to win titles.
Yes.
And they're, even when the Warriors were in the midst of one of the greatest dynasties of the modern day, like they weren't guaranteed titles. Like,
no, they weren't.
There does seem to be some people that expect titles. And look, that's what I want, obviously, as a fan when I commit all this time to it. But the older I get, I think I'm getting a little wiser in that. Enjoy the ride, man.
Yeah.
So I have enjoyed it.
So this decade's 3 years old, right?
Even though it ends with your heart getting crapped on.
Of course. This decade's 3 years old. The Sixers have not won a championship yet.
No, neither have the Phillies.
Right. Sixers haven't won in 40 years. So this
Neither
is
have the
just
Eagles.
a very small percentage of what has happened over the last 4 decades
But
for
they've
Philadelphia
been
sports.
that small percentage is probably some of the happier Sixers times of my life outside of 2001.
Exactly.
And Barkley, who made me fall in love with the Sixers. Yeah, that's all I got.
So I want us to have a little fun with this today on the phones at 610-632-0975. This Reddit user claims that he was off the grid for 3 years. He knew nothing about his fandom of the Milwaukee Bucks.
So last time he saw Giannis,
Packers.
he wasn't an MVP?
Yeah. He didn't blow up into the Greek freak that we know of and the NBA champion. So for the last 3 years, how would you kind of explain Philadelphia sports? And I want to ask, have you enjoyed yourself? Because I have. Like, I've seen a rise in the Phillies. Even though the Phillies finally broke through in 2022 to get to the playoffs, I saw them get out of the mud. Like Paul Reed, I saw them get out of a team that had no chance of being a contender since 2020. So the Phillies are now in the World Series last year.
Yeah, and that was even though it ended in misery, some of the happiest Phillies memories of my life. Dancing on my own with my daughters.
Incredible.
And her yelling Schwarbaum. And so her thing, she was 3 years old, was she knew Schwarbaum, she knew Go Phillies, she knew Go Fanatic.
That's awesome.
So she would that's a forever memory for me, etched in my brain of her going, Schwarbaum, go Phillies, go Fanatic.
Yeah. And even though
it was awesome.
And even though the Sixers completely break my heart, I saw Joel Embiid become an MVP, and I saw the rise and fall of Ben Simmons, which led to James Harden coming here, a top 75 player all time. I can say that James Harden was a Hall of Fame. James Harden was on my team.
He's in
and was good.
He's in one of our nighttime books. B is for best. B is for baller, and every
James
letter
R.
of the alphabet is a player.
That's cool.
And there's a lot of Sixers representation in it. And James Harden is the B for the beard is cooking.
Oh, that's awesome.
So the guy that was in the book got traded here to the Sixers
and was good. I know they fell short, and nobody wants to hear that James Harden was a good basketball player here, but he was a good basketball player. I saw finally the Flyers commit to a rebuild. It's the early stages of it.
Probably about 2 years too late, but
finally
they did start
it happened, and that makes me happy. And then the Eagles, I saw the rise of Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
I saw them come out of the Carson Wentz debacle, which happened post-2020. Think about everything that has happened with the Eagles in the last 3 years, dude.
It's pretty wild.
And we're going to go through some of the biggest moments that have happened since 2020. Again, it's look, there's no sports going on again today. So the baseball's back tomorrow for the Phillies, and we're looking forward to it. But it's one of these days where you go, all right, let's have some fun with this. And Ray, what were you doing last night, dude?
I'm just trying to find content, man. Just trying to do my job.
Going deep diving into Russian imprisonment.
Do my job here.
And you're seeing a Bucks fan. It's not even a Philadelphia sports fan.
Well, it makes it better that way.
Yeah, I guess.
Outside perspective. He would have done this segment already for us. All right? I'm trying to get the other people, see what they're doing.
I appreciate that, Ray. So Ray doing great work as always, the great producer that he is. We want you to talk about it at 610-632-0975. We do have more trade talk in Major League Baseball like we kind of talked about at the very beginning of the show. And it's a pretty reliable source, I'll say, who's talking about trading players. It's not like a guy on Reddit. This guy's a pretty reliable source. I'll tell you who next. 610-632-0975. He's Jamie Lynch. I'm Andrew Salchunas, filling in for the Cuz. 2 more days right here on The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Union pick up the win last night. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Miller Lite, brought to you by Arnold Palmer Spiked as well. Want to win a spot for 2 in the sold-out Fanatic Charity Golf Classic? Join the Fanatic crew Monday, July 17th from 8 to 9 p.m. at Moonshine Philly. Enjoy $3 Arnold Palmer Spiked. 1825 East Bayou-Missing Avenue in Pensport. For details, at the events page on 97.5thefanatic.com. The Union beat Nashville 2-0 last night. A pair of PKs for Daniel Gazdag was the difference. 3 red cards were given out in the game. The Union climbed to 4th in the East. The Phillies return tomorrow night. They host the Padres at 6:05. Christopher Sanchez gets the start. Josh Harrison was placed in the IL on Wednesday with a right wrist contusion. Corresponding move coming on Friday. Hey, maybe we see Scotty Jetpacks return to the bigs. NBA news over the last 24 hours. LeBron announced, shockingly, he's not retiring. And Kristaps Porzingis signed a 2-year, $60 million extension with the Boston Celtics. This update's also brought to you by Compassion International. Drought, war, and rising food prices have devastated families and property. $50 provides a food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646. Keep locked right here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
Anthony Gargano, weekdays 10 to 2 on 97.5 The Fanatic.
FanFest is back, and 97.5 The Fanatic is partnered with FanDuel to make the 10th anniversary of FanFest bigger and better than ever. New for this year, catch a pair of concert performances by Ray Shrimmerd and a surprise headline act to be revealed later this summer. Hang out with an all-star team of Philly sports legends and watch FanDuel's Superstar Showdown. Plus, play fun sports games and win exclusive prizes. It all goes down Saturday, August 26th at Xfinity Live. For more info, including how you can score tickets for free, visit FanDuel.com/FanFest. Got to be 21 plus to attend. Free ticket offer for FanDuel users only, and must place a $25 real money wager after opt-in to FanFest promotion. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/FanFest. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-743-8080. That's 1-800-743-8080. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-743-8080. That's 1-800-743-8080.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Plumbers and roofers and decking, oh my. Home improvement projects can be scary, but Beasley's Preferred Pros are at your service with years of experience and a proven track record of happy customers. Beasley's Preferred Pros can make your next project a dream come true.
Volpe Enterprises. It's time to make your windows remarkable and affordable. Call Volpe Enterprises. 1-855-GO-VOLPE.
Chris Services, experienced electrical contractors located in Elmer, New Jersey, providing a wide variety of projects and services for residential, commercial, and industrial customers. 24-hour emergency service, 7 days a week.
Great Railing offers the highest quality vinyl decking, fencing, and railing at discount prices on the Black Horse Pike in Williamstown or online at greatrailing.com.
There's no place like home. Let Beasley's Preferred Pros make your home improvement dreams come true. Visit Beasley's Preferred Pros at 97.5thefanatic.com to find the right contractor for you.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
This summer, I'll be about town thanks to our friends at Corona, the official cerveza of Major League Baseball. Join me for an ice-cold Corona tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. at Kavanaugh's Rittenhouse. Win some great prizes, including tickets to a game where you could sit in what we're calling Ricky Bo's Row. Kavanaugh's has been a go-to sports bar for years. Check out their new Rittenhouse location, now at 1921 Sansom Street. Hope to see you there. For details, visit the events page on 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey, it's Cuz. Dust off those renovation plans. Start designing the kitchen of your dreams with help from Colonial Marble and Granite. Colonial Marble and Granite offering fully installed countertops for just $14.99. How about an all-in kitchen for $69.99? That includes cabinetry, countertops, sink and faucet package. You heard me right. $69.99 all-in kitchen. Stop by an area showroom to see their amazing selection of products or make an appointment for a free in-home consultation. Visit colonialmarble.net today.
More of the Anthony Gargano Show now
on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Oh my God, I'm with Santa Claus today. Jamie Lynch.
The Flyers dropped off some goodies. My wife's a fanny packsman.
Hey, you also like the little bag? Jamie's walking around the studio. Oh, Addie will like this. Addie will like that. That's you being a good husband.
She takes these little bags in for like her lunch bag. So I was like, boom.
And he gave me the chip clip. You don't want the chip clip?
Nah, you look like a chip clipsman.
I do like a chip clip.
Yeah,
I don't have enough.
Oh, they're great.
Cooper likes playing with them too.
Oh, there you
he
go.
Likes squeezing it,
So I'm gonna grab her a orange and black little tote bag and a little fanny pack.
Whenever he opens it, I whack.
Yeah,
you know,
fanny packs are back.
Yeah, my
back in a big way there.
My dad never left.
No,
yeah.
He stayed strong throughout
and he
the
had
years.
the big one that like would flop down.
Dude, they're very practical.
Yeah, you'll never for me.
No, never for me either.
I know people now use it as a style. It adds their style.
She wears hers like across her shoulder.
Yeah, I know
sometimes.
a lot of guys do that. It's just I'm just not.
A lot of
doing
baseball
it.
players do that. I feel like.
Yeah,
kind of like
basketball players.
Yeah,
a lot of basketball players wear it.
It's not a carry-all; it's a satchel.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones had one.
It's just not doing it for me.
I hear you.
Okay, so we're going to get into this trade in a second, or trade talk in a second. But what we started the show with was Philadelphia sports since 2020. If you were to explain it to somebody who just did not pay attention, because Ray found some crazy Reddit posts yesterday where a guy was
an opium dealer in
was in a
Russia.
Russian prison for 3 years and knew nothing about Milwaukee sports. He was a Bucks fan, so I imagine he was also a Brewers fan, probably a Green Bay Packers fan. So he missed everything in 3 years because he was in a Russian prison.
Somebody's got to tell him Aaron Rodgers is gone.
Yeah, he's no longer with the Packers. He's now with the Jets. So how would you explain to somebody who was off the grid for the last 3 years what happened in Philadelphia sports? Now, one of the big things is, of course, the Eagles getting to the Super Bowl last year. And it starts off with Carson Wentz falling apart, them trading Carson Wentz, going with Jalen Hurts, it being a subpar first season, but they got to the playoffs. Like, how? That's weird to explain to somebody. Yeah, Jalen Hurts wasn't that good, but they got to the playoffs 2 years ago.
Yeah.
They ran the ball a lot. They played 1980s football, and it worked. And then he makes a jump into an MVP finalist.
Yeah, the jump is huge.
Incredibly huge.
Like, not often seen amongst any quarterbacks in the NFL.
And then you're talking to this person who's been off the grid for 3 years, and they say, well, how they do in the Super Bowl? And you have to, unfortunately, tell them they lost. But you have to explain everything that happened. You have to explain that Jalen Hurts played arguably the best game of his life, but also fumbled the ball but wasn't touched.
Yeah. Statistically, I think it's one of the best quarterback performances ever in a Super Bowl.
You also have to explain Jonathan Gannon to this person.
Scumbag.
And so you had a tweet from Sheil Kapadia before the show that you read to us, and I'm glad you read it to us because it kind of fits perfectly with today's show, because you're explaining everything that kind of took place. And Jonathan Gannon, a big hot button topic over the last couple of years, because people argued whether or not he was a good defensive coordinator. I remember John Kincaid saying that he was going to be a head coach in 2 years before he even coached one game, and I couldn't believe it. But look, he was right.
Yeah, there was rumors that he was a hotter coaching candidate than actually Nick Sirianni when they both got hired here.
And then now he's the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals and did shady stuff to get there.
There's one of these ridiculous takes out there today that offense is the reason why the Eagles lost the game.
Just ignore it.
And look, they scored 11 points in the second half, I believe it was. Whatever it was, 11 or 12. But anybody that scores 35 points in a Super Bowl usually wins.
Yes.
So Sheil, who's I really love reading.
Yeah, he's tremendous.
And he deep dives stats and, kind of puts it into layman's terms and all of that, says the Eagles have played 400 games since 2000. Among that sample size, the defensive performances in the Super Bowl ranked 391st in EPA per drive. Excuse me, this is just the last Super Bowl, not even the one they won. 395th in success rate. So 2 of the top 10 worst defensive metric performances by the defense happened in the Super Bowl.
In Eagles history since 2000.
Since 2000, in 400 games. Not a tiny sample size.
And think about some of the awful years for the Eagles.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Billy Davis eyes.
The Eagles since 2000 have been a fantastic franchise.
Yeah.
But there have been some of those years, right? It's hard to play defense when Chip Kelly is
gassing you.
Yeah. It's hard to play defense in the first year of a rebuilding year. When you have, who was the guy that was, I think, bagging for Target a couple of years ago, and he was like a fifth. He ended up being a starting corner for the Eagles. Was it Jaquette? Somebody was like working at Target.
Really?
And they had so many injuries to cornerback. It might have been last year for Carson. The final season, whatever it was.
There was a couple disaster years, no doubt. But they rebound quickly as a franchise.
And this was in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, so
5th worst.
If I was explaining the Super Bowl to somebody, I would say Jalen Hurts and the offense played great, had a crucial fumble that led to points for the other team, but ultimately the defense couldn't get a stop when they needed it. And if they had just been mediocre that day.
Yeah, mediocre.
And Jim Schwartz is really lucky that BDN existed that day and was touched from above as like the perfect quarterback.
Yeah.
Or else he would find himself in the same conversation. They just had to be mediocre, and the Eagles win that game.
Yeah, they had to be 200th
Yeah.
best in Eagles since 2000.
You didn't even have to be great. You just had to be mediocre.
And so you put out a great tweet.
I said Jonathan Gannon equals a war criminal.
And I agree.
And don't even bring
He's
up
the one that should be in the Russian prison.
Yeah, don't even bring up the Sodfather to me. The both of them can go to a Russian prison together.
This guy got a head coaching job.
Yeah.
And he was awful. Awful in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I know statistically they had a good season with all the sacks, but look at the team that he had. Like, I can't wait to watch. Jonathan Gannon is akin to Gabe Kapler for me.
Whoa.
I want him to fail miserably, and I can't wait
but Gabe's
to dance
actually
on
good.
the grave.
We're going to find out if
Is he good?
Yeah, Gabe's good.
Okay, his team caught fire for one whole season.
Okay, where are they now? They're hanging in a wild card race with
and
Michael Conforto as their
Phillies
best
are going
player.
to surpass them.
Yeah, but they're still there. They're hanging with nothing.
I hate that you
Slop
like
roster.
I hate that you
they
like Gabe
overperformed.
Kapler. It really
under Gabe
freaking
Kapler.
bothers me that you
Go
like
look
Gabe
at his
Kapler.
first year roster here.
Okay, it was
trash.
terrible.
It's trash.
Yeah, and he managed every game like Game 7, and ended up the team hated him for it.
It worked. They overperformed.
I still remember the Bob Nightingale story. The second he gets fired, there's a team like the Giants looking for him.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I have a feeling I haven't gotten Ray's opinion on Gabe, but I think he's more with me on the Gabe Pride Parade than with you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's a baseball man.
You don't win
You're a
games by accident.
You're a cat. You're a casual.
Will forever be burned in my brain.
You're a casual, bro.
I hate you both so much.
We're baseball guys, me and Ray.
Yeah,
we understand that Ray gets
the game.
he can get water out of a rock.
Like,
Gabe.
that's the other thing. So since 2000, if we're discussing like what has happened, first off, you have to tell them COVID, everything that happened in COVID in sports.
Jeez.
But you have to.
I was betting on English darts.
Yeah.
Little League World Series. Oh, let's gamble it up.
Now I'm sure he knew about COVID in the Russian prison, but he probably didn't know how it affected the sports world.
No, that
you had a
shut
60-game baseball
and
season.
Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, you had a 60-game baseball season.
Yeah.
And remember the Phillies had like an all-time collapse during that?
Yeah, and the bubble, the NBA bubble. Remember how weird that was?
And
who was the guy from the Pacers that just became like the greatest player?
Yeah, he dropped like 60 against the Sixers.
What's his name? I'm blanking on it.
I know who you're talking about. He dropped 60 against the Sixers, and that was it.
He turned into like the greatest basketball. TJ
Warren.
TJ Warren. Yeah.
TJ Warren
Turned into Michael Jordan in the bubble.
It was incredible. Like, there's so much that it's happened. And so much has happened in Philadelphia sports where you've seen the rise, not just the rise. Like, you had the rise of the Phillies.
Not a rise.
But the rise and fall of Carson Wentz.
Which is a wild one.
The rise and fall of Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons did not suck
Another
in
wild
2020.
One. Yeah, Philadelphia has not been short of crazy sports stories.
Did the Atlanta Hawks series happen post-2020?
Yeah.
You have to explain that. You have to explain that they had a 21 and 18-point lead in two different games, and Doc Rivers blew them both with his coaching.
I still cannot believe that they didn't win that series.
Neither can I. That was the year you get out of it. Like, that was the year.
Yeah.
We talk about that.
That was the easiest
This series they should have won, which they should have. They had a lead with 5 minutes left in Game 6 on their home court. But you had an 18 and 21-point lead in two different games. Like, what?
Unreal. I don't know how that's reality, but yet these are the scars we wear.
And this is what you have to tell the person who has missed out on sports since 2020, Philadelphia sports. Now, I asked the question on the midday count, have you enjoyed Philadelphia sports since 2020? And 88% say yes.
Yeah, I'm same.
Because if you really look at it, like you said, the Union, who won yesterday against Nashville, Union get to the MLS Cup final, Phillies get to a World Series, Eagles get to a Super Bowl. Like, it's been
Eagles or Sixers
Sixers are contenders, right? Like, things have been gone.
Yes, I mean you can call them a contender.
Dave checks in. How could you not? The city has been represented by 3 championship caliber teams since then. Eagles, Union, and Phillies are all still contenders, and the Sixers, for all their flaws, have been in the playoffs every year and have one of the best players in the sport. And then he has a trash can emoji next to the Flyers, but I'm happy that the Flyers are finally going into a rebuild. Now, there's a funny tweet from Retired Dat 42.
What do you say, Retired Dat 42?
He says, I've never not enjoyed them, good or bad. That's a lie.
Yeah, come on.
Like, there were times 2015, 2016 where I hated sports.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to have sports hate in your heart.
Like, the Eagles it was the tail end of Chip, so that was terrible. The Flyers were in and out every single year. The Sixers were still in the process, and the Phillies sucked. Like, Tyler Waddell, what was his name? Tyler Goodell? What was the outfielder's name?
You got it.
Tyler Goodell? Yeah, he was a starting outfielder for the Phillies.
Yeah.
To the Retired Dat 42, there have been times where I've hated Philadelphia sports, and I've been doing this business during it.
Yeah.
Like, there were a lot of times where it hasn't been fun, but the last 3 years, it's actually been a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, it has been pretty good, but typical Philadelphia fashion and results in no titles.
Yeah, so that kind of
that's
sucks.
okay.
Let's go to Glenn in Wallingford. Glenn, you're on the Fanatic. Yo, G. If you could take us off mute, that'd be great. Put you on hold. Let's go to Mike in Delco. Mike, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, brother?
How we doing?
Great.
Just wanted to give a shout-out to the Inverborough Bucks 8U baseball team. They recently won the Southeastern Cal Ripken State Championship, and we're headed on to regionals next week.
Oh, that's awesome. Where are regionals at?
Regionals are out in Redland, PA, a little bit around the Harrisburg area.
Oh, that's great. Are you a coach, father? So, how are you part of the team?
I'm a proud father.
Nice.
Proud father. Got a great group of boys. I'm working their butts off to get to this point.
All right, so who's the competition? Who are we up against?
Well,
Adam Hazley.
We're looking at a team from New York, one from Delaware, one from South Jersey, and then we actually play Redland. But in the last tournament, in the state tournament, they told us we weren't supposed to be there and that we're a bunch of dirtbags. So,
wow. So you put your dog masks on and you said hungry dogs run faster, didn't you, Mike?
We named ourselves the Delco Dirtbags.
Nice.
That's fantastic.
All right, Mike, we're all big dirtbag fans.
Yeah, I'm rooting for you. Yep. Mike, how would you explain Philadelphia sports since 2020 to somebody if they have not been around to pay attention?
Since 2020?
Since 2020, the last 3 years.
It's like a wave. It's like a roller coaster. I'm a 4 for 4, well 5 for 5. I consider the Union.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, I live with them and I die with them. If it comes to the Sixers, they break my heart, but I'm still riding with them. I got no other choice. It's the way I was born.
Damn right, Mike. Go Dirtbags.
Yeah, go Dogs, go Dirtbags.
I appreciate the call. The Delco Dirtbags.
That's
man.
great.
I love that.
That is pretty great.
Hungry dogs run faster, bro.
Did you ever play in any of those regional events and stuff?
Yeah, a couple of years. We did it's funny, man. You see, I considered myself a decent ball player.
Yeah.
And then you get to different schools.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like,
whoa,
I suck.
Yeah, I thought I was pretty good in the Upper Makefield League. And then, when we qualified for some of those regional tournaments, you'd see kids that my dad's joke was always like, whoa.
What's in the water?
No, I think that kid drove the team to the game, and you'd see some muscle-bound 7th grader. You're like, that kid's different than me.
We played a team. I had a tournament in Reading, and we played a team from Queens.
Kids have mustaches.
Bro.
Danny Almonte over there?
I could have sworn the Phillies were there scouting. It was, they were huge, and I played third base. And it was metal bat.
Oh, jeez.
And
Rockets.
these kids I'm in the hot corner. I'm like, Coach, I'm good, man.
I saw that kid inject in the dugout. Get me out of here.
I'm just like, you know what? Radio will be a nice change of pace. All right, we got Glenn back. Glenn, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, boys? What's happening?
What's up, buddy?
Sorry about that, man. Hey, you know what? It's funny. It's a great question because you take into consideration what the world's been dealing with, right, over the last 3 years, too. But then, I listen, I'm always have glass full type of guy. So for me, the last 3 years for Philadelphia sports have been fun. I mean, for as much of a roller coaster it's been fun. I mean, who could ask for, having three, of your franchises compete in the championship, right, in the last 3 years between the Union, Phillies, and the Eagles. But the Sixers have been fun. I mean, even though they've been breaking our heart, but you've got this guy is a generational player. I mean, Embiid, and I think that I think we really kind of almost don't give him enough credit, right? But it's been fun, man. It has been kind of crazy if you kind of describe exactly how each team has kind of gotten to their destination over the last 3 years, right? And you guys are kind of talking about, with Jalen, but it's like, and I think that, and I know Tunis, you and Anthony have been talking about over the next decade, how many championship,
nine appearances. Nine appearances was my prediction before the beginning of the decade.
And what do we got? So we're at 3?
We're at 3. We're a third of the way there. I was called crazy, Jamie.
I think you're looking pretty good on that prediction.
I'm a third of the way there with 7 years left or 6.5 years left. I feel pretty good.
But I will say, we're 0 for 3 right now. If we go for 0 for 9, then maybe the decade won't be as much fun as I'm saying the last 3 years have been.
Yeah, but if you get that, like, look, obviously, and thanks for the call, Glenn. Like, obviously, I want them to win, but if you get to 9 championship appearances in a decade,
well, how many of those are titles?
No, but
you're saying going 0 for 9, I'm miserable.
Yeah, I'd be miserable.
Yeah, you would too.
But in the moment, you'd be happy that they're there.
No, and then I'd go back to being, oh man, we're cursing this town.
True.
You know, 0 for 9 is brutal.
That's a good point.
Yeah. I'll be cursing Jonathan Gannon on my deathbed.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And the Sod Father.
Don't even start with it.
And Kawhi and Doc Rivers and Ben Simmons.
The pass.
And the decision making of the process. And Chuck Fletcher. There'd be a lot to complain about. I don't rip Rob Thompson for the Zach Wheeler decision in Game 6, but I know a lot of people are bothered by that still. And people will always remember that. In the moment, he'd been doing that the entire playoff run.
Yeah. Well,
I know Wheeler was dealing, so like you probably shouldn't have taken him out.
Yeah.
I did disagree with the decision, but I couldn't rip the guy when that had worked all playoff.
Yeah.
It just sucked that it was Yordan Alvarez who hit one 450 dead center.
He's a strong man.
Just completely tanked one off Alvarado. That kind of sucked.
Yeah, and Alvarado right before the trade deadline went on the IL, which I kind of missed.
Yep.
I saw it Monday morning, meant to mention it. That stinks. It's a second trip this year.
Yeah, hopefully he's back soon.
Yeah, hopefully.
We'll see. 610-632-0975. How would you explain Philadelphia sports in the last 3 years to somebody, or like even, forget the whole Russian imprisonment thing.
How do you think the teams would explain it?
Success, except for the Flyers. The Phillies would say...
The Sixers can't claim success.
They would say, look at our win total that has increased.
That does nothing for any Sixers fan
They would
anymore.
claim it a success.
I don't think you can.
I don't think you should, but they will.
I'm not saying it's a failure, but you certainly can't claim success.
They will say, look at the wins, look at our opportunities. We just fell short, but it was more successful these 3 years than the previous 3 years. Phillies would say the same thing. Eagles would obviously say it, and that's coming off of a Super Bowl title in 2017.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be able to sell this success.
2018, 19, 20 were so gross that 2021 and 22 were that much better for the Eagles.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not 20 because that was the final year of Wentz. That was a disaster. But
yeah, and I thought the Eagles were on a course for doom for the next 2 or 3 years minimum.
And they got right back to the Super Bowl.
They really did.
And you feel great about them moving forward.
That really has to sting Cowboys fans. Just see what the Eagles came out of and got back there.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. So Glenn talks about, glass half full and things have been good the last 3 years for Philadelphia. We always look at like Florida and we go, man, look at all these teams that are in the championship every year. I can also say, look at like Texas. What do they have? The Dallas Stars? Like that's it. The Cowboys are a mess every single year. Houston Texans, look at what happened with their quarterback situation.
Creepo.
The Texas Rangers stink. They have the Houston Astros. That's pretty good, but the whole world hates them.
Yeah. The Astros is all they got.
Yeah.
And they're the model of success.
And the Dallas Stars. Dallas Stars are a very successful hockey franchise right now.
Nobody cares about hockey, man.
Wow. That was Jamie Lynch, everybody. 610-632-0975. Now, I mentioned a pretty reliable source talking about some trades that might happen. I think the president of the St. Louis Cardinals is a pretty reliable source.
You sure this isn't like a butt crack sports or one of those?
This is unless it was
ball sack sports.
Unless it was an AI, artificial intelligence voice.
Could be.
Of the president. The president of the Cardinals is John Mozeliak, I believe is how you pronounce it. He was on a podcast.
Mozeliak.
And take a listen. How long is this clip, Ray?
30 seconds.
Perfect. Take a listen to what the president of the St. Louis Cardinals had to say about their team entering the second half of the season.
Well, I think right now I can tell you that we're going to trade people. I just don't know if it's going to be like household names or more of guys that just aren't likely going to be here next year. And so, it's easy to talk about what we may or may not do at the moment, but we're not going to just have giveaway players. We want to get some value in return. We want to get some return that's going to help us for 2024. And that's going to be really our focus as we enter the trading period.
So he's telling you right now, they're sellers.
Yeah, big time.
And so this comes back to the Nolan Arenado conversation we had earlier this week. And that was kind of like a speculation thing. Arenado said at the All-Star break that he wouldn't be surprised if he was traded. Now the president of the Cardinals is talking about trading players. So I'll ask you, once again, Alec Boehm.
Yes.
Done. Top pitching prospect and another prospect.
Done.
Absolutely.
Done.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't mind protecting Rojas because, they need a young outfielder that could potentially be something.
But is Johan Rojas your...
No, he's not untouchable.
Give a break?
No.
Right, he's not 25-year-old Jordan LeBron.
Jalen Ortiz, look at this kid. He's got power.
Yeah, he's got a lot of pop. Take him.
But no, I don't even have to sleep on that one. And I like Alec Boehm a lot.
I love Alec Boehm. But it's Nolan Arenado.
Or like. Yeah.
Like, we're talking.
He likes you. It's not like he just likes you.
So let me read you a tweet from Buster Olney. And Buster's going to be joining the show tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a good get. Wow. Phillies since June 3rd. They're 23-9. Their pitching ERA, starters and relievers, 2.96, more than half a run better than any other team. They are eighth in scoring in that stretch. They feel like they have a lot of offensive upside in front of them with an expectation that Turner will have a better second half and Harper will hit for power, which I know how you feel about that. But he finishes off with Dombrowski will add at the deadline, a dangerous team. So we're having Buster on tomorrow. Looking forward to hearing what he means by add.
Names,
like,
Buster.
Are they going big? Are they going depth? Are they going fifth starter? But if Nolan Arenado is on the table and it's not going to cost much because he's got a pretty sizable contract and the Cardinals might enter a rebuild.
But it's also team friendly-ish toward
the end, $15 million the final year of the the deal. So I'm doing that trade in a heartbeat.
Yeah, not even losing sleep over it.
Want to hear your thoughts about it. 610-632-0975. We have the Vault coming up at 11 o'clock. We'll continue this conversation, how you would break down Philadelphia sports since 2020. We gave you some of the big things. Let's think of some of the small things that you may have forgotten since 2020. Like Sean Rodriguez. There has been a lot. It's been a roller coaster.
Titled my ass.
That's what you said. That's what Glenn said. The term roller coaster has been a great one, but ultimately, it's been pretty good. 610-632-0975. He's Jamie Lynch. I'm Andrew Salchunas, filling in for the Cuz right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Union win last night. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for about 50 years. Learn more about research, education, sport at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. The Union beat Nashville 2-0 last night. A pair of PKs for Daniel Gazdag were the difference. 3 red cards were given out in the match. The Union climb up to 4th in the Eastern Conference with the win. The Phillies return tomorrow night. They host the Padres at 6:05. Christopher Sanchez gets the start. Josh Harrison was placed on the IL on Wednesday with a right wrist contusion. A corresponding move is coming on Friday. That could mean the return of Scotty Jetpacks. We'll see what happens there. And in the NBA, LeBron, shockingly, not retiring, announced yesterday, and the Celtics announced a 2-year, $60 million extension with Kristaps Porzingis, who they traded for earlier this offseason. Keep it locked right here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's the Cuz, Anthony Gargano, weekdays 10 to 2 on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, it's Anthony Gargano. Let's talk about the Bagster. Yes, the Bagster, a 3 cubic yard dumpster in a bag. So we all have our cleanup plans. Maybe it's the garage. Maybe it's the attic. Maybe it's the basement. Maybe you're doing some remodeling around the house and you need to just clean up junk. Well, this is where the Bagster comes in. And again, it's a 3 cubic yard dumpster in a bag. It's sold at Home Depot, Lowe's, all your local hardware stores for just $29.99. That's right, just $29.99. And here's the beauty. It holds 3,300 pounds of waste, but it's a bag. So it's on demand. The project takes you a couple of weeks, couple of Saturdays. It's there for you. It's just a bag that you open up and it becomes a dumpster. Anthony Gargano telling you to clean it up this summer with the Bagster. All details, thebagster.com. Dumpster in a bag.
We got blue skies overhead. Sun is shining like the weatherman said. The grass is green. This is the best. Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest. Got flip-flops on your feet. Wawa's waiting right up the street. A classic hoagie, that's the best. Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is back. And we're celebrating 15 years of hoagie love with $5 shorties and $6 classics.
Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest.
Gotta have a Wawa. Taste your way to tropical time with Wawa's pineapple drinks. Leave your cell phone on silent. Take a break from your to-do list and check out of your inbox. Because one sip of pink pineapple lemonade, pina colada smoothie, or a pineapple passion refresher will send you to the beach under the palms. Sit back and enjoy the journey. Find your sweet escape with one of Wawa's pineapple drinks today. Gotta have a Wawa.
Summertime, baseball and golf season are in full swing, plus so much more. BetParx is an official betting operator of the PGA Tour. It's a great time of year. Plus, the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app follows you to the shore and the mountains. Get in on the action all summer long, whether you're on the beach, the boat, or the boardwalk. Bet while you're on the lake and the Poconos. BetParx has you covered. It's all right in the palm of your hand. Odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app right now. Check out live in-game betting, same-game parlays, teasers, and more. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances. Bet hits, home runs, and strikeouts in baseball. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. Get in on the action all summer long. BetParx has you covered. BetParx.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As Counter-Strike 2 looms right around the corner, fans want to know what teams will be there. This week, fans caught fire as the prominent esports team 100 Thieves expressed an interest in re-entering the space. With 100 Thieves being one of the most popular esports organizations out there, fans are hungry to see their return for Counter-Strike 2. They claim that finances are an issue, but will that truly stop them from entering, or is it a new era for 100 Thieves?
The latest esports and gaming news. Find it online at checkpointxp.com.
You can host the best backyard barbecue. You find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SCORE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SCORE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SCORE.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's John Kincaid. We wanted a jaw-dropping backyard paradise. We went to Landis Block and Concrete. LandisBC.com on the web. They have a beautiful showroom in Souderton, Pennsylvania. They call it a store. We call it a showroom because it showcased all of their beautiful materials. We hired our own contractor, but Landis Block knew every single contractor in like a 5-county area that could have done it for us. You need imagination, space, and a budget. But what you really need is Landis Block and Concrete. Go to LandisBC.com on the web.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
1050, 97.5 The Fanatic, Andrew Sal Chunas. Well, what's my name?
What now? Start over.
Alongside Jamie Lynch, we're filling in for the Cuz. He'll be back on Monday. By the way, coming up at noon, we have a FanFest online ticket raid.
Boom.
You go to 97.5thefanatic.com. The link will open up at noon. Your chance to score yourself a pair of FanFest tickets.
I
FanFest.
also tweeted out the link as well.
Oh, that's good work.
If you're a Twitter
retweeted
guy,
it from the station's account.
there you go. So boom, it's right there.
When do we start putting out on Threads?
I still don't like it that much. I find it needs to get chronological.
But I wonder, like, you know how these digital content people are. They send us the emails all the time, right? Blah, blah, blah. I wonder when the email comes out saying, hey, don't forget to start posting on Threads.
I would say it should have came out the day before it launched, in my professional opinion, because it's the fastest social media existence, launch, whatever you want to call it, ever.
Your professional opinion sometimes doesn't matter.
I mean, isn't there like over 50 million users already?
I wouldn't be surprised.
It was like the fastest ever to 1 million, the fastest ever to 10 million.
Are we on Threads, Ray?
Oh, yeah. You look at me like I know things. I know what the schedule is. I'm
check
here.
to see if the Fanatic's on Threads.
There's no chance.
I'm on Threads.
I'm on Threads too. I
do not have.
I would love to know
50
if
million
we're on
followers.
97.5 The Fanatic. Oh, it exists.
Wow, shocked. That's a good social media coordinator there, Pat Egan.
And the last picture up there is from Charlie O'Connor last First Friday. A little video, actually.
But we're at least on there.
2,200 followers.
That's good work.
Look, I'm shocked.
I'm not on there.
Yeah.
Nor will I be.
You might.
Probably. I'll probably cave at some point, but like right now I don't want to be. But anyways, FanFest, Saturday, August 26th from 11 to 5 at Xfinity Live, presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. It's the 10th anniversary of FanFest, dude. I'm a 10 for 10er.
Are you 10 for 10?
Yeah.
Wow.
First one, I was an intern, and I was the will call ticket guy. And it was terrible.
I bet.
Because there was, you know the line of people that go there.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't come to the station to pick up their tickets. Because back then, we didn't do the digital email.
Yeah, now you can just get them. And by the way, if you haven't gotten your tickets yet, I'm just doing a PSA here for all of us at the station.
Listen to Jamie, 12 to 3. Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say, they will be emailed out.
Yes.
If you haven't gotten them yet, it doesn't mean you're like lost or forgotten about. It's just in a database, and then they do like a purge send where they send everything.
Sounds like a very similar PSA I give every year, and people still don't freaking listen.
We will get you. Don't worry.
And I'll follow up with this PSA. If you don't hear from the ticket, from us about your tickets, like the day before FanFest, you should have probably reached out a week earlier.
Yeah.
I was once the guy on the board during FanFest.
Oh, that must be a good
So
time.
I only caught the final hour of FanFest. I was getting calls during the shows I was producing. Hey, I still haven't got my FanFest tickets yet. I was like, dude, the event started 2 hours ago. Like, you're probably not going to get them, man.
And when's this headliner act getting announced? Pretty soon, right?
I don't even know who it is.
Yeah, I do.
I do too.
Yeah, I know you do.
But I'm looking forward.
But it's
Even
big.
I know.
It's a big one.
It is a big one. So get your FanFest tickets. Online ticket raid coming up at 12 o'clock.
Your wheelhouse? Like, because they're kind of like your,
I bounced around with music, but yes, like I know their songs from them being big when I was in sixth grade through end of high school.
Because I know Egan was like kind of fired up a little bit.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. It's like it's gonna be a good show. Like I told Christy, like because she's not a big.
You should come this year.
She's not a big FanFest person, but I said, do you want to come like at the end?
Yeah.
Be my driver. Do you want to come at the end of FanFest and see this concert? And she actually is considering it because it's a pretty big concert. So looking forward to announcing that. We have the Vault coming up in 5 minutes. So can you play this Buster Olney clip for me, Ray? As we went into the break, we were talking about the potential trades for St. Louis Cardinals because the president of the St. Louis Cardinals announced that they're going to be sellers at the deadline. Buster Olney, who's going to be joining the show tomorrow, actually put out a tweet about how successful the Phillies have been since June 3rd and mentioned that the Phillies will be buyers at the deadline. He was on ESPN with Kevin Negandhi yesterday. Kevin's going to be joining the show tomorrow. He usually joins us on Thursdays. He'll be on tomorrow. Buster Olney, not big and too big to come on the show tomorrow. He had this to say about the Phillies potentially being buyers at the deadline in their second half.
When you look at the NL East, you've got the Marlins, you've got the Phillies, you've got the Mets. Who has the best chance of challenging the Braves, who've been outstanding the entire first half?
And it makes me sick to have to do this with you, but I'm going to say the Phillies. because they are a really dangerous team. In the shadows of what the Braves have been doing over the last 5 weeks, you know this as a Phillies fan, they're playing great. They've won 23 of their last 32 games, and in that time, since June 3rd, they have a team ERA of 2.96. Kevin, that's more than half a run better than any other team. And yesterday, Rob Thompson, the Phillies manager, said to me, look, as we move forward, you figure that their offense is going to get better. Trey Turner will bounce back at some point. Bryce Harper will start hitting home runs. And Dave Dombrowski, head of baseball operations, he's great at making in-season trades. This is a team that could challenge the Braves for dominance in National League and maybe in Major League Baseball.
I love that. He thinks they can compete with the Braves.
I do too. I mean, I really believe they can be the second best team in the NL. Hopefully the pitching stays together. We'll see with Walker. We don't have the history with him yet to know what to expect in August and September.
Mm-hmm.
But if he stays on the path he's on or close enough to it,
yeah.
With Ranger and Wheeler and then Nola, you don't really know what you're going to get.
I don't know. I know he pitched big in the wild card and NLDS.
Yeah, he did, and he'll probably get that chance again when they're there.
And you know what? The beauty of those playoff games, short leash.
Yeah, and you got Ranger. You forget came in bullpen relief last year.
Now he might be.
He could be your number
locked
2.
in number 2 or locked in number 3.
I still think Philly Rob's going to give Nola the number 2 ball.
I believe so too, but at least if he's already got a man on base in the 4th or 5th inning based off of what has happened this year, where his ERA is in the 7s or 6s in the 4th inning, you start having a guy stretching.
Yeah.
Already.
And bullpen pieces are probably something they're going to be extremely interested in because, Alvarado and Sir Anthony are IL bound a little too often right now.
Which is scary.
And Kimbrel's, getting up there in innings and all that. So, you probably want a little insurance policy.
Bellotti coming back.
Woo!
Look, he was good before he
was
got
okay.
hurt. Until
he doesn't have to be your go-to guy.
Yeah, use him a little bit too much.
Every single day. But yeah, they have a chance to be really, really good.
I want to read a tweet for you from 610 Picks because we're talking about since 2020, how would you explain Philadelphia sports? He said, since 2020, under-promising but over-delivering. Championship caliber and runs for trophies in 4/5 because, the Flyers. And for fans, there's a ton of hope for the next 7 years. Simply put, Philadelphia's back to a destination that good players are wanting to go to.
In baseball, that's certainly true. In football, that's certainly true.
Not basketball.
Basketball, you have to trade for all your stars, and I am worried about, how attractive Philadelphia will be to free agents if 2 max slots open next year. One is probably going to have to go to Maxey in a way, but can you attract another star quality player in the NBA to the Sixers? To be determined.
Yeah, to be determined.
And the Flyers are scraping the barrel of signings and leading to weird hot Mike Zoom.
We did not get into that yesterday.
We'll touch on that later.
We do need to talk about that
was
later.
something.
But they almost did acquire a star if they didn't not want Gaudreau.
Yeah.
He wanted to come here.
Yeah.
His dad said to me and Bob on the air that the Flyers never even called.
Yeah. But they got Tony D'Angelo.
Yeah.
Cool.
Interesting perspective here about the Sixers. Let's go to Nick on the cell. What's up, Nick?
Hey, thanks for the call, guys. So as you guys were talking about Philadelphia sports the last couple of years, so the Sixers, they're kind of a team, they kind of remind me of, in a way, since I'm a Charger fan, they kind of remind me of the Chargers in a little bit. So back then, the Chargers, we had LT, Gates, Rivers, and all those guys, Vincent Jackson. So they were a talented team, and every time they would make the playoffs, it feels like we would always fall short, even though we had talented caliber players.
I thought you meant this team.
I was going to say, didn't you guys have 9 Pro Bowlers?
Yeah, I thought you meant this Chargers team where I feel like they're going to go deeper into the playoffs, and then Brandon Staley's a dope.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the 2007.
Okay.
6,
both had a lot of talent.
Yeah.
We had a lot of talent, and then I always compare the Sixers to the Chargers because they have a lot of talent. They have Embiid, Maxey, Harden, all those guys, and for some reason we can't get it done on the court. We would always fall short, or so they always remind me of like the Chargers in a way, like where we would always.
Well, I'll
have,
give
like,
you another comparison with another football team that was a total kick in the junk when somebody said it. The Cowboys.
Oh yeah, them too. I mean, I can't stand the Cowboys.
Of course
I can't
not.
stand them because I'm a Charger fan. But that team, they always have bad playoff luck. But like also, I always enjoy watching the Eagles. And so like this year, I was so impressed by them. Like they literally drafted the whole Georgia Bulldogs roster. Like that's impressive to me. Like so, I think that's a team that wants to win championships since they got like a championship caliber college university on the team. So that's my take on Philadelphia sports.
I appreciate the call, Nick. Thanks, man. Sixers like the Cowboys.
Yeah, it hurts.
Hurts a lot.
Yeah.
Not
it's fair
totally wrong.
No.
I saw that right after the Sixers lost to the Celtics. And I remember being so angry when I saw it because I was like, damn it, that's kind of true.
That's
the team that I
painfully accurate.
make fun of all the time is actually the Sixers.
Yeah.
Star power, big name coach.
Yeah, the Chargers I have a buddy that's a Chargers fan, and they have had a lot of talent. Like, they draft pretty well out there.
Yeah, they do.
They just can't really get over the hump
Brandon
ever.
Staley's one of these supposed to be super genius head coach.
But, like, those LT and Phillip Rivers years should have led to something, too.
100%.
And they just didn't, and some teams have that. And I watched the playoff game last year with my buddy who's from San Diego, now lives locally, and I saw his heart break again, and I was like, man, I've been there.
There were a lot of teams like that. Now the Bengals got to the Super Bowl recently with Burrow, but like all those years of Carson Palmer and
Ocho Cinco,
and they always had a pretty good
Manzada,
yeah. They always had a pretty good defense, but they had Marvin Lewis.
Yeah,
and he was Mr. 8
and
and
he
8.
somehow was there like 18 years.
He was there
something.
forever. He was there.
He had like the best job security in the world.
Hold on.
It was a long time.
I got to find out exactly how
Wasn't
long.
it like 13 or 14 years?
14 seasons, according to Mr. Dunn. 16 seasons.
Oh, my
dude.
God.
16
Wow.
seasons. And his overall record was 131 and 122.
Wow.
9 games over 500, dude.
That's unheard of in coaching.
He had 0 playoff wins.
Yeah, 0.
His career there was 3 times as long as Doug Peterson's here.
Oh, my God. I didn't realize he never won a playoff game.
Yeah. I don't know how.
Dude, that's
and then
insane.
You compare that to the NBA where 3 of the last 4 championship coaches have all been fired. And they won.
We got a couple open lines. You can grab them at 610-632-0975. It's 11 o'clock. Time now for the Vault.
When we began opening this vault nearly 2 hours ago, we had no real idea what we'd find inside. As it turns out, we haven't found very much.
11 o'clock. The Vault, brought to you by Gold Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. The 11 o'clock hour is also brought to you by Gold Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. What's up, Ray?
How are you? All right, we got 2 anniversaries of All-Star games in this city.
Okay.
We'll start with 1943.
I remember this one well.
You remember that one at Shibe Park. Technically, the A's, the host of that All-Star game, but there's a whole broadcast for it. They cut at random points, really weird of it. So we got you the final out, and then they do a really awkward. I know it's tough to segue, but they try and segue into an ad, and they're trying to do a live read. It was.
I love this.
Yeah, just take a listen to it.
Tying on to the plate right now. Here's the pitch. Herman takes it outside for ball 1. And with that base hit, Max Lanier goes back to warming up in the National League bullpen. 5-3 the score. Hack on it first. Herman batting. The pitch comes in. Billy swings a line drive out in the left field. Johnson goes over and grabs it for the game ending out. The ball game is over, and the American League wins it 5-3. We'll have the totals for you in a moment or so. Another moment, Bill Corum will take over the mic and give you the highlights of this evening's game as he saw them. But first, Bill, if you don't mind, let me add a postscript from Shaving Headquarters. Most of us men think that the hotter the weather, the faster whiskers grow, like corn does out in Iowa. Well, I guess there's a lot to that.
Well, it's kind of like if you listen to an Eagles game on our radio. The Hers hard hit crunch of the game.
Yeah.
You got to throw all that stuff in there.
Oh, yeah, he's got to throw it in there. He's just
Make today the day.
He's comparing whiskers to corn.
Yeah,
it was
you got to shave that.
Yeah.
But the immediate game end to commercial.
Yeah.
the Phillies used to do that on TV with Harry. Because Harry would be celebrating still like a walk-off home run and say, we'll be right back with the totals in a minute. When they're still celebrating. Which now it's, you let it ride, you do the interview, guy puts on the headset, the daycare pours the water on you.
Yeah.
Changed a little bit.
So some more facts on that, because I was fascinated by the All-Star Game in 1943. First time they had it at night. First time they scheduled it at night is at Shibe Park, and the American League wins that one. I'll take you to 1976 now. You guys remember that one too?
Oh, of course. How could you forget?
Yeah, I took the NL in this one.
Yeah. Well, good. That was good. Hopefully you took the run line too, because they win this one 7-1. Spoiler alert. I'll give you the intro from that All-Star Game.
He's an all-star, here to play a game by acclaim of the fans. If he's here, you know he's got to have talent, the ability to concentrate, the aggressiveness necessary to challenge an opponent. But if you ask him why he's here, he'll tell you there's only one reason: to win a game. The All-Star Game may be only one game, but it's the game. If you lose here, it hurts. You have to wait all year to get even. It hurts your pride. Pride is something that can't be measured in salaries or statistics. And you don't pick it up overnight with the headlines of the morning newspaper. Pride comes with experience, the experience of winning. For the All-Stars, that recently has meant the National League. And that's because the same guys who won it before keep coming back to win it again. For 12 of the last 13 games, that's the way it's been. But when it all began, the shoe was on the other foot.
That was wow. Go baseball.
Yeah, that really got me fired up for some ball.
That intro went another 2 minutes.
Who did that?
No.
Hey, we got to really sell the game today.
And that was yeah. Was that at Shibe Park, you said?
That one's veterans. That's 1976.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah,
ABC had the rights to that one. So that's an ABC.
It's almost like a slower, calmer version of like the start of Monday Night Football. Like,
Yeah. But like, they were basically
burdened
telling me not to watch the All-Star Game.
Yeah.
2 more minutes of that.
How?
That was the equivalent of watching paint dry.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I was just deep diving off the original All-Star Game, Shibe Park and Connie Mack Stadium. Dude, the Shibe Park bleachers across the street.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah,
It's
all
so
the people
cool.
on top. Yeah, no, it's really cool. It's like what in Wrigley.
Yeah.
The top of the apartment.
Rooftop
Yeah,
bleachers.
It's awesome.
It's so cool. Now, were Shibe and Connie Mack the same stadium? They were different.
Different?
They were different, right?
Different, yes, I think.
Like Connie Mack didn't become Shibe, did it?
No, I think it's different.
Okay.
Oh, well, we could do Connie Mack Stadium. I'm sure I can click location here. Oh, no. Shibe Park, known later as Connie Mack Stadium.
Okay.
Oh, how about that?
That's what I thought.
Learn
21st
something new.
in Allegheny, I think was the area, up by Strawberry Mansion.
21st in Lehigh.
Lehigh, okay. That's pretty cool.
Pretty good location knowledge by you right there.
Damn right.
Yeah.
Pretty close. We got more from that. And the next 2 cuts.
That's because I had a painting on my wall, like the old baseball art, and it was Connie Mack Stadium.
That's pretty cool.
Not to get
Valentine's beer. I remember that was one of the advertisers on the outfield.
It's great.
Yeah.
This is not political at all, but it is funny. Somebody says, is that Joe Biden announcing the beginning of the All-Star game?
Oh, well, you'll be happy to know the Secret Service has
the cocaine.
concluded their the research on the cocaine
yeah.
bag and found that they can't pinpoint the person.
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Well, that's why
no fingerprints.
They're the Secret Service, Andrew.
That's a good point.
Snitches get stitches.
Damn right.
So we complained about interviews in the All-Star game. Well, at least I complained. You gave the...
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
Yeah, it's cool to do it, but they did it wrong. They did it wrong.
Well, things were a lot slower back then.
Yeah, they pulled Greg Luzinski aside in 1976 to talk to him. They pull him aside for 30 seconds, and this is all they got out of him.
One of the great strong men in baseball, Greg Luzinski. Greg, all the scouts around the American and National League say they'd rather play the Cincinnati Reds than your Philadelphia Phillies in the World Series. Does that turn you on or off? Well,
think if we get to the playoffs with Cincinnati, it's going to be a tremendous series. It'll be a power-laden series with two good defensive clubs. I think pitching will tell the story, and it's just going to be a great series. But I'm sure a lot of people fear the Cincinnati Redlegs.
Greg, thank you very much. You're a great star, and let's go back upstairs to my colleagues.
All right, thank you, Bob.
That's a good answer, but one question.
One question.
Okay.
Let's go back upstairs to my colleagues.
One question for him. That's all you got out of him.
You think Bull loved barbecue back then? Right?
Absolutely.
Him and Schwarber have very similar body types in the playing days. Yeah. Just barrels of torsos.
Just big, beefy men.
Yeah. Somebody called Schwarber fat earlier today. And I was like, he's not fat. He's a keg.
Yeah, he's kind of like he's larger than the average baseball player, but he's not Prince Fielder.
But like Kelsey's, a large man. Like nobody would call him fat.
No, he'd kick the crap out of you.
Yeah, but if you saw Schwarber on the beach, you wouldn't be like, oh, look at that fat guy. You'd be like, look at that brick bleep house. Because they're just kind of round and rotund.
John Kincaid on the text board.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I forgive my age. He said that was Joe Garagiola.
Yep. Yeah.
As if I'm supposed to be like, that's right.
Of course.
Of course it was Joe Garagiola.
John.
Now, I'm sure if I look it up, I guarantee you it's a local guy that I should probably know.
And his family and grandkids are listening.
And shame on me for not knowing that. But John texted me, that was so-and-so.
Okay.
Sick, man. That's awesome. Thanks for letting me know. All right, great fault as always. Even though the introduction to the All-Star game, not that was your fault.
No, I figured we would want to break down a little bit of some of the sound that we don't like, because we've done that a lot in the vault recently. This has become a pretty cynical vault.
That was just like,
dude, Shibe Park in County Mac Stadium was cool as hell looking.
Yeah, and it was like in the
Look at that. It's like in the city, and it's like the city blocks, and kind of miss.
I don't like the sports complex. I've always said it.
I don't really either.
The Phillies were hoping to build a stadium near
convenient,
Penn,
I guess.
And I thought that would have been awesome.
Yeah.
Now look, Citizens Bank Park is beautiful. Lincoln Financial Field is beautiful.
Yeah.
Wells Fargo Center, the renovations are gorgeous.
But imagine a downtown ballpark. It'd be
imagine a
sweet
downtown basketball arena.
I'm in.
I'm totally in. 610-632-0975. Coming up, we have two clips to play for you regarding the Sixers.
There's the Ballantine beer ad with Dick Allen.
That's really cool.
Going
That's
yard.
a great picture.
Yeah. This is cool. I love Google imaging deep diving.
Yeah. One clip is about the current roster or what might not be the current roster, and it may or may not be from the current head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers. The other clip, I'll just say it's about what could have been. And I'll leave it at that, and we'll get into that.
I think I know where you're going with this one, and I think I'm going to hate you.
Yeah, you're going to be really upset.
Yeah.
610-632-0975. He's Jamie Lynch. I'm Andrew Salchunas, filling in for the Cuz right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Listen, if you need a new roof, obviously the weather has been wild. We've had some crazy summer storms. There's been hail. There's been tornadoes touching down. The winds have just been crazy. The water, the rain's been crazy. So your roof might be taking a beating right now. And if you need to get a replacement, don't mess around with any old contractor. You want to invest in the best for you and your family. That's why you have to call New Look Home Design. They're incredibly professional, and they make shopping for a new roof easy. They're going to do everything for you to make your life easy, because shopping for a new roof isn't necessarily fun. You just need to do it. And so what they're going to do is make it easy for you and extremely affordable. Right now, you'll save 50% off all roofing materials and get free gutters.
50%?
50%, Jamie. And you're also going to get free gutters with the purchase of a roof or siding replacement. Bob Cooney said earlier today that a buddy of his is going to be going with New Look Home Design, and why not? It's the best of the best. And you also are not going to make a payment until the summer of 2024. So even if you're struggling right now with cash, right, you got a whole year until you make a payment. New Look has installed over 40,000 roofs, and every roof comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. They've been in business for over 20 years, and they hold an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. So that means they just keep getting the job done right. You have an A+ with the Better Business Bureau, but you're also getting more and more jobs. I feel like I was saying 30,000 last year. Now it's over 40,000 roofs. They cover everything to give you peace of mind that your roof's going to be done right. So book your appointment now and get a $100 restaurant.com gift card when you complete an estimate, whether you purchase a roof or not. So they're actually paying you just to come out. The deal ends soon. Just be sure to tell Andrew from The Fanatic sent you. Visit newlookhomedesign.com. That's newlookhomedesign.com, or call 800-279-5300 and tell Andrew sent you.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Union win in Nashville last night. I'm Ray Dunn. This update's brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. You may not always need a new water heater, but when you do, choose Bradford White. The Union beat Nashville 2-0 last night. A pair of PKs for Daniel Gazdag was the difference in the game. 3 red cards were given out, and the Union now climb to 4th in the Eastern Conference. The Phillies return tomorrow night. They host the Padres at 6:05. Christopher Sanchez gets the start for the Phillies. Phillies announced they put Josh Harrison on the IL on Wednesday with a right wrist contusion, a corresponding move coming Friday to replace him on the roster. In NBA news, LeBron is not retiring. He announced yesterday. The Celtics also announced they signed Kristaps Porzingis to a 2-year, $60 million extension after trading for him earlier this offseason. This update's also brought to you by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel research and research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at CrohnColitisFoundation.org. Keep it locked right here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's the Anthony Gargano Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. FanFest 2023 is Saturday, August 26th at Xfinity Live with FanDuel Sportsbook. Go to 975thefanatic.com for details and ticket rate info.
FanFest 2023 is brought to you by Everfresh Juices and Juice Drinks, Nature's Refreshment, Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's Diamond Destination,
and 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Plumbers and roofers and decking, oh my. Home improvement projects can be scary, but Beasley's Preferred Pros are at your service with years of experience and a proven track record of happy customers. Beasley's Preferred Pros can make your next project a dream come true.
From cold showers to clogged drains, Horizon's highly trained expert plumbers are there when you need them with 24-hour emergency plumbing solutions.
The ultimate destination for relaxation and beauty is closer than you think. Visit Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon in Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City, just for you.
Liberty Safes of New Jersey is the best safe selection in the tri-state. Showrooms at Route 130 in Bordentown or Route 73 in Mount Laurel or online at libertysafesnj.com.
There's no place like home. Let Beasley's Preferred Pros make your home improvement dreams come true. Visit Beasley's Preferred Pros at 975thefanatic.com to find the right contractor for you.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code KIND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code KIND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code KIND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay, Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
That ding can mean any number of things. Find out at your local Meineke and save $10 when you spend $50, $20 when you spend $150, and $50 when you spend $400. For tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust, and more, trust Meineke. Doing car care right.
Fall in love all over again this summer. Your local PJ's with great happy hour specials every Monday through Friday from 4 to 6. You'll love PJ's food, drinks, and the people.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic everywhere. On Alexa at 975thefanatic.com, The Fanatic app, and now on Odyssey. More of the Anthony Gargano Show now.
On 97.5 The Fanatic.
11:20, 97.5 The Fanatic. Andrew Salchunas alongside Jamie Lynch, 11 o'clock hour, brought to you by Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. We may have a little updated Sixers slop that we're going to get to in a second because Jamie is reading on the fly, which I appreciate you doing that. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to play these two Sixers clips while you go through it because I know you already know what they are. Shocker. We listened to these before the show started. So, yes, believe it or not, two clips that I want to play for you. We'll start with the Nick Nurse audio, Ray. Nick Nurse was on Tyrese Maxey's podcast, and that's great and all. I love that he's already on his podcast, and they're talking about next season. And he mentioned the roster and how it's going to look more different than it already does now. Take a listen.
I mean, listen, I think one of the big reasons I took the job is I know Daryl's got a great track record. Daryl Morey, I've been with him. I worked for him a couple years in Houston when I coached the Rio Grande Valley Vipers. I mean, I think there's a lot of talk about what the roster looks like today, but I don't think that'll be the same roster that hits training camp, right? So I think that we'll worry about it a little more when it gets a little closer.
Now, obviously, the Sixers aren't getting any more free agents. I think they have, one roster spot still open, so they might get somebody, but it's not going to be anybody really of note. It's going to be a trade.
This is a disaster.
Well, that's what I told you yesterday, and there's no. I told you yesterday.
I said the one thing you can't have is heading into camp.
Right.
Because I'm listening to that cut and reading. Believe it or not, I can do two things at once.
Wow.
And they do not sync up.
What you're reading and what you hear?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, they do sync up in a way, but I think it's a disaster.
So do you have the gist of it right now? We could play the other clip in a little bit.
So you hear that from Nick Nurse, and he says, I do think the roster is going to be different.
That's the head coach of the Sixers.
All right, so this is from Sam Amick, who's a well-respected NBA reporter out at Summer League, all that stuff. He said, with Harden, we've already seen how messy it can get when his trade request isn't being granted as quickly as he would like. The Houston era ended with him partying in Atlanta and Las Vegas, causing all kinds of consternation inside the locker room. The later stages of his Brooklyn experience had similar vibes, with Morey using Harden's unhappiness to his advantage in negotiations. Yet, despite all that relevant history, and in spite of the fact that Morey may know Harden and all of his complexities better than anyone in the NBA, rival executives with whom I spoke at Summer League with were universally convinced that the Sixers are trying to keep Harden. Discontent be damned. That last line,
that's not good.
That is disaster area. It says the sluggish trade talks between the Sixers and Clippers about Harden would seem to support this stance. Morey is known to be asking for the kind of return that, as of Tuesday afternoon, left the strong impression that he had no genuine interest in getting a deal done anytime soon. Harden's stance has not changed. A source close to him told The Athletic he still wants to leave Philadelphia.
And that goes back to the Ramona Shelburne report.
Team Ramona, not Dave McMenamin.
Monday. Yeah, exactly.
He's still upset with how Morey handled his situation heading into a possible free agency last month. And even with the recent revelation that Harden attended the same party as Embiid and Michael Rubin and those in Vegas, he's still determined to start next season in a Clippers jersey. Disaster.
This is terrible because Morey doesn't want to dance, or Morey is doing what he did with Ben Simmons. He waited and waited and waited.
Yeah, he's going to be patient.
And it did work
in that situation. Well, unless you want to get into the other trade that they possibly passed over, which would have been better. Yeah, patience can be a virtue, as my mother has taught me my entire life.
Yeah.
It can also bring out the worst in somebody else who feels as though their time is being toyed with.
Which then diminishes the return because now it's like this guy's not even playing now.
So what's he asking for? Paul George in return? Like, I mean, if he's asking for things that isn't a serious trade discussion,
right?
And you're fine
with the Tobias trade for Jared Allen and Darius Garland, like that's not ridiculous. A serious conversation.
You're not serious people. I love you, but you're not serious people. You cannot. The one thing you cannot have is heading into training camp with a James Harden who is potentially capable of dragging your season down into the toilet.
And look, it's one thing 2 years ago where Joel Embiid is entering his prime and you want to obviously get somebody paired with him that's not Ben Simmons who doesn't want to play. You're now 2 years removed from that. He's now 2 years older. He's got 2 more years of injuries and mileage on his legs. There's not much time left for Joel Embiid with the window.
And that's why if I'm Embiid, I'm like, dude, get him out of here. Like, seriously, I don't have time to waste. Go get me Norman Powell. If that's the best you can do, so be it. Let's get him in here. Me, Tyrese, Tobias, and Norman will try and make a run.
Daryl Morey then goes, well, Joe, if that trade is a disaster, my job is on the line. I'm going to try to get the best possible return so that you have the best chance of winning a championship.
And let me say this, if I'm Joel Embiid, I don't care. My window is then going to be closed.
And then Daryl Morey says, I'm the guy that makes the decisions here, like he said during his end of the season press conference.
Well, then you can decide on getting rid of me because I'm not going to want to be here much longer.
Even though he said James Harden had nothing to do with the firing of Doc Rivers.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, this is. You were right yesterday. I mean, it is a disaster.
I'm breaking glass.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of there too. I don't see how patience is going to win out versus James Harden.
No, this season's going to just be kick the can down the road.
And if you bring a malcontent into training camp, Embiid is not going to be far behind. And you might have one more year before he really looks at this organization and goes, guys, I gave you everything I got.
Every player in every sport says, I love it here. I want to bring this place a championship. Just because Joel Embiid said, I want to be here my entire career 6 years ago.
Damian
Times
Lillard
changed.
Once said the same thing.
Yeah, he was going to be at Portland for his entire life. And he's now going to get traded at some point.
This is a disaster. And it's starting to play out in the media. And the fact that they say, what was the line again that really kind of shook me to my core?
A discontent.
Discontent be damned.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, you can't have that attitude with him.
No, like I remember when training camp last year, the beginning of training camp. And again, I bring up media day a lot because, you're there before they even play a game. The vibes were at an all-time high. Ben wasn't there.
Yeah.
It was a full training camp with Harden. Like, you felt good going into last season.
They went to Charleston.
Season.
They had the team building trip
like,
and all
everything
that.
was great. And look, it still led to them losing in the second round, but at least they were a very good team last year. Dude, you can't go into a training camp where people are walking around on eggshells like you did the previous season. Ben Simmons was on the team the previous season, and everybody had to be asked that question. What's the deal with Ben? Have you heard from Ben?
Oh, yeah.
Ben
it's a complete distraction.
It's going to be the exact same thing with Harden. And it's year one of a new coach.
Yeah.
Year one of a new system.
And mind you, that coach and that point guard don't really kind of sync up philosophically together as is.
So what the hell's going to happen?
This is... I don't think you can be patient with this.
The drama with this team.
It never leaves.
It never leaves, man.
It's really bad. It's really quite bad. Because if I'm the Clippers... Much like if I'm the Heat, I go, I know your star wants to be here, you dummies. Why would I give you anything?
So all this could have been avoided, even though, look, I was pro trade for James Harden because James Harden is still a very, very good basketball player.
Yes, he is.
He is. Like, wherever he plays this year, discontent Sixers, Clippers, he's going to be good this year.
I don't see a situation where he's... I mean, I'm just reading the tea leaves of what's going on.
I'm just saying he's still talented. Like, he's still,
he is, but I don't see a situation where he's playing for the Sixers.
So a lot of people I know didn't want Harden from the beginning. And there was another name out there, a package of players that were available for Ben Simmons. And Jamal Hutchinson guessed it on our YouTube feed. That name, of course, is one Tyrese Haliburton.
Who is 23 years old.
He's 23 years old. Look, men win in this league. We talk about it all the time. They were not going to win a championship this past season with Tyrese Haliburton. They're probably not going to win a championship this year with Tyrese Haliburton and Buddy Hield and Joel Embiid.
But he is entering that fourth year in the league where
I know
guys kind of take their step to the next level.
27's the big age, but Embiid's at that point. So,
well, Embiid's past that point.
Well, yeah,
he's almost an old head, isn't he? Approaching 30.
He's my age. He's 20. He just turned 29.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, I have something on that later on, age-wise, because you didn't do a homework assignment yesterday, but I just had to remember. I had to take a note here.
Yeah.
But Ray
fell asleep in my daughter's bed. Kind of threw off the whole night.
Ray, if you can. So where was this? The Haliburton? I just know Haliburton said it. I don't know.
I believe it was Jake Fisher.
Okay. I just want to give proper
from
credit.
Yahoo had it originally that it was on the table.
All right.
I believe.
Well, here's Tyrese Haliburton talking about where he thought he was going to go, and it wasn't the Pacers.
Around the deadline, there was like a rumor that the Sixers had turned down a deal for me that was going to get them, the Kings would have got Ben, and I would have went to Philly. But I never thought anything of it. I still didn't think it was real. Like, no way. Mm-hmm. And like even that day, Aaron, my agent, always used to, y'all know Aaron always he would mess with me a little bit about it, but like we would just kind of laugh about it. And he called me that morning and was like, yo, I think you're about to get traded. And I'm like, yo, fam, like, are you serious? Play Minnesota tonight. Like, stop playing. Like, I just want to, like, I'm eating breakfast right now, bro. Like, get off my phone. You know, Aaron sometimes, come on, bro, get off my phone. I called George Niang because he's in Philly. I was like, yo, fam, I coming to Philly? Like, am I crack over there? Like, if I actually get traded? And he's like, nah, I ain't heard nothing. So I'm like, all right, George ain't heard nothing because they would have asked him. Right. Iowa State. Right. So I'm like, who could it be? In my head, I had no clue.
So Tyrese Haliburton thought he was coming to the Sixers. His agent said the Sixers turned down a trade for Haliburton.
That hurts.
Now look, again,
I didn't realize what good of a 3-point shooter he is.
He's
too.
He's a good ball.
7.2 threes a game last year, 40%.
Yeah, James Harden is still a very good basketball
I'll take
player.
Tyrese Haliburton 10 out of 10 times over James Harden.
Are you saying that now, or are you saying that then? Because I was saying James Harden. And look, they had a very good season.
I would have taken Haliburton at the time and now.
Okay.
Because that's a piece where you give Joel Embiid, and all of a sudden he's got Tyrese and Haliburton as like his wing perimeter players who are young and getting better year by year. Whereas James Harden's probably going to get worse year by year. It's ascending versus descending player.
But I could say Harden was better this past year than he was his half of the season with the Sixers.
Sure. But you have to also have the long-term view in mind.
Yeah. And look, contract was another big thing. Haliburton just signed a max contract.
Sure.
So you would have had your max players would be Harden, Haliburton, and Tobias. Tobias is off the books next year. Then you sign Maxey to a max contract probably.
And look at that future. How bright is that?
It's pretty good.
And guess what? You don't have a discontent. Like Harden, you think he's calling back to Houston right now? Get the fat suit out of storage. It's locked up in his storage locker down there. You know, like you don't have a discontent. You have Tyrese Haliburton, who is, one of the up and coming young stars in this league potentially. All-star already at age 23, shoots well, can score for it. Like, yeah, I'm taking Tyrese Haliburton.
I was at the Sixers-Kings game when Haliburton went off. He dropped like 50.
I was going to say, didn't he put up like 53?
Yeah, something like that. He was ridiculous.
He's good. He's good at basketball.
Now, I want to read you a tweet.
Why would that not be? Why would you say no to that deal? And the Kings are thanking heavens right now that they didn't get Ben Simmons.
Oh my God, yeah.
Like,
now I wonder what the trade would have been. Would it have been just Simmons for Haliburton, Hield, and I forget who was a part? Was Harrison Barnes in that deal?
Well, the Pacers gave up Sabonis, and I'm sure like another piece or two of inconsequential matters. Let me look up what the actual trade was.
So it probably wouldn't have just been Simmons for the package that they got.
Give him
back.
Seth Curry at the time.
Well, that's the thing.
Who cares?
Would Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, Andre Drummond get you that same return?
Probably.
Or would you not have had to have traded that much?
So they traded Sabonis, your boy, Justin Holiday, Jeremy Lamb, and a second-round pick. And it was Haliburton, Hield, and Tristan Thompson.
Okay.
So, yeah, Ben Simmons was probably a better trade piece than Sabonis at the time.
No.
Yes.
No, he wasn't playing Sabonis as a
Well, yes,
all-star.
but he was still a two-time all-defensive player.
And he's a Lithuanian.
Wow, come on.
And he's got good blood.
Yeah,
Arvidas.
okay.
Yeah,
but Ben
probably.
Simmons was a better trade piece than
probably.
Sabonis
And
at the time.
Any team goes, we can fix this
And
guy.
Sabonis got better when he was in Sacramento.
Yeah, I was surprised that deal worked out as well as it did.
It was a win-win for those teams, two teams.
It was.
But why are the Sixers saying no to that?
Well, let me ask you a question.
Because he's blinded by James Harden?
I think so.
Cool.
Shaner checks in. He goes, why do you like torturing yourself? We need to relax and let Morey work. He's playing the only hand he has.
He doesn't have many hands to play.
That doesn't.
That doesn't mean.
But I can't.
Discontent be damned.
But I'm not doing the.
No.
I'm not doing the whole up. Let him cook. Like, what has he cooked?
Discontent be damned. I can't shake that line.
That's scary.
We've already been through the discontent with the point guard.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
This is where you're going to lose Joel Embiid.
If it happens again.
You cannot let this guy enter camp as a discontent.
And oh, by the way, Joel Embiid reportedly was upset when Doc Rivers was fired. And so, and look, I know nobody wanted Doc Rivers to come back for another year. I didn't want Doc Rivers to come back for another year.
I didn't think he was the problem.
But
I was fine with the decision.
I don't think he helped.
Nothing's going to matter until Joel Embiid becomes the MVP in the playoffs.
Joel Embiid not touching the ball.
Doesn't matter who the coach is.
Joel Embiid not touching the ball. The final 5 minutes of Game 6 is on three people: Joel Embiid himself, James Harden, the point guard, and Doc Rivers designing play. Like,
yeah, I would say that's
you gotta call the play, dude.
I would say that's 70% Joel Embiid, 20% James Harden, and 10%. Like, dude,
I may go Doc more than Harden because.
Does James Harden and Joel Embiid need a coach to tell them to get the ball to the MVP in crunch time of the game?
No, but he should say, hey, guys, that pick and roll that's unstoppable, can you run that here? I'm the
Maybe
coach,
he did.
damn it. Oh, well, they just didn't listen?
They just dribbled the air out of the ball and settled for poor shots.
Maybe. I don't know.
Like, if I'm Joel Embiid and Doc calls a timeout, I'm literally gripping him up by the jersey and saying, if you don't get me the bleeping ball next possession, I'm going to kill you. And that's where people question, like that 5-minute stretch where he didn't touch the ball.
His heart. People question his heart, dogging him.
Does he have the Mamba mentality? Yeah. Is he a winner? Is he this? Is he that?
And I don't blame anyone for questioning
No, and it's fair at this point.
The guy's extremely talented, but I don't blame anyone for questioning that
But
aspect of
I don't
his
blame
game.
the coach there. Like, that shouldn't need to be said.
He's got to be a part. He's part of the blame.
He gets a small part, but less than Harden and less than Embiid.
Okay. Yeah, because they're on the court.
But discontent be damned.
No, it's not good.
You can't do this again. Joel Embiid is going to ask out of here in a year.
And then when he does that, it's over.
Yes.
It's like Tyrese Maxey. I love the kid. I've been trying to trade him for superstars now for the last 2 years because I don't think he is a superstar. So do I think Tyrese Maxey is going to lead the rebuild? What, he's going to all of a sudden be 30? Like, is he going to be a lifer in Philadelphia? We expect these guys. Here's the other thing. We expect Tyrese Maxey to want to be here for the rest of his career. Is that true?
I mean,
maybe.
No, not his career. Nobody's anywhere. I mean,
I know, but Maxey will lead the rebuild. What if Tyrese Maxey goes, I don't want to rebuild. Like, I want to play for this has been fun the last couple of years. I don't want to rebuild. I could sign a max contract anywhere. How many times have we talked about that?
Discontent be damned.
Yeah, not good.
That's going to be like bouncing around my head for the next couple of days. If that's the plan, that's a disaster.
610-632-0975. Tried to tell you yesterday. Let's go to Heavy in Huntington Valley. What's up, Hev?
Yeah, what's up, boys?
How you doing?
I'm chilling, man. Dude, this Sixers team, I think it's pretty much done. I just I don't know where they're going. It pretty much looks like James Harden is definitely not going to be here this season, and he's making it clear what he wants. He wouldn't if he didn't want it. If he wanted to be here, he wouldn't be going out there saying he wants to get traded. And when you're a superstar in this league, and you say you want to get traded, there really isn't any other option. But at the same time, I mean, you're talking about somebody saying let Daryl Morey do his job. Dude's never won a ring.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would.
And he's come close once.
It'd be one thing if he was, a championship general manager, but
he has made very impressive moves. I will continue to say that, right? He obviously saw something in Harden the first time. He did get Harden for a player who wasn't playing. He got rid of Al Horford's contract. The Oklahoma City Thunder took the entirety of it. and he even got Danny Green out of it, which was impressive. He traded Josh Richardson, a mid-range guy who was playing alongside another mid-range guy in Tobias Harris, for Seth Curry. He's one of the more pure three-point shooters in the NBA. He has made some pretty impressive moves, but he has never gotten this team over the hump, which is what you're getting at, and I agree with you.
Well, I don't think there's any question that there are other general managers in this league that are just stupid.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I don't think it's difficult to pull some of these moves on other teams where the general managers are obviously not that great.
Yeah, just like Josh Richardson for Seth Curry. That was a terrible deal for the Mavericks.
But, I just don't see this team really doing anything this year.
Yeah. Now, what do you got in the Phils at the deadline? How you feeling about Arenado?
Dude, go after him. Get this dude. Move Bohm to first. This team.
Well, what if Bohm's in the package? Are you trading Bohm? He's not untouchable to me.
No, I don't think he's untouchable. But I mean, if it just, depending on who we have to give up, I would definitely go after him. I mean, he's a Gold Glover. He's a great third baseman, and he arguably.
And he still has a lot of pop, dude. He still has a lot of pop.
He's young. Yeah, he's still young. He's 32. He's 3 years younger than Goldschmidt, and he doesn't strike out as much as Goldschmidt. I mean, and he's got power. He's got more home runs than him this year, and dude, the guy's a great player.
Yeah, it's really not a question. I know people get attached to younger players, and thanks for the call, Heavy. And they get attached to players who have come up through the ranks, and that's Alec Bohm. But Alec Bohm is not Nolan Arenado. It's pretty plain and simple there.
Yeah.
610-632-0975. Ray has a question for us regarding the Sixers. We're going to get to that next.
Discontent be damned.
We also had a heated debate pre-show today.
Discontent be damned.
I'm looking forward to getting to this heated debate on the air, and I know for a fact you're going to try to call me an old man again.
Well, I mean, I think the evidence will speak for itself.
It's absolutely ridiculous. But that latest slop on the table.
Discontent be damned,
Harden
he said.
Wants to get traded. Daryl Morey, not so fast. You stay here. I don't care how upset you are.
Yikes.
610-632-0975. He's Jamie Lynch. I'm Andrew Salchunas. We're filling in for the Cuz right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Harden still wants to be traded. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Air Quality Partnership. Help keep the region's air clean. Skip driving instead. Bike, walk, or take transit when you can this summer. Go to airqualitypartnership.org. That's airqualitypartnership.org. Yes, the latest report coming out from The Athletic says James Harden still wants to be traded, but the 76ers right now holding firm in their plans to try and bring him back into the fold this season. Elsewhere, the Union beat Nashville 2-0 last night. A pair of PKs for Daniel Gazdag was the difference. 3 red cards were given out in the game. The Union climbed to 4th in the Eastern Conference. The Phillies return tomorrow night, host the Padres at 6:05. Christopher Sanchez getting the start in that one. Josh Harrison was placed on the IL on Wednesday with a right wrist contusion, a corresponding move coming up tomorrow. In other NBA news, LeBron is not retiring, and Kristaps Porzingis signed a 2-year, $60 million extension to remain with the Boston Celtics, who traded for him earlier this offseason. This update is also brought to you by the Positive Coaching Alliance. Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org. Keep it locked right here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
Anthony Gargano, weekdays 10 to 2 on 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's cause let's talk about your vehicle. We got to take care of our vehicle. And you know who does that with us? Meineke. Yes, Meineke has you covered right now. In fact, semi-synthetic oil changes start at $29.95. Full synthetic oil changes start at $59.95. Up to 5 quarts, standard filter, plus disposal fees. Is your car's warning bell dinging? What about the check engine light? Is that on? Well, listen, that ding or that light can mean any number of things. Do yourself a favor. Just find out. Get peace of mind. And if it is something bad, you'll get it fixed right. And right now, at your local Meineke, you can save some money. Save $10 when you spend $50. Save $20 when you spend $150. Save $50 when you spend $400 or more. What about your brakes? Something going on there? Bad brakes got you breaking your personal swear jar record? Give your brakes and your budget a break. 50% off brake pads and shoes at your local Meineke Car Care Center. And did you know that all Meinekes are locally owned and operated? To find out more information about your local Meineke Service Center or to schedule your service appointment, go to Meineke.com. That's Meineke for tires and brakes and batteries and exhaust. Meineke. Doing car care right.
Hey, it's John Kincaid for Window Nation, and a few words about summer. Searing, scorching, sweating, sweltering, all S words. Blazing, blistering, burning, baking, B words. Feeling the heat? I bet you are. I bet you feel the heat when you open up your electric bill, too. Look, this is a time that can get you hot under the collar. So, Window Nation's there to help you out. New energy-efficient windows that will help keep your home cool and comfortable. And they're also going to keep your energy bills lower. Your air conditioner will avoid premature breakdown. The best thing about Window Nation is they're offering you a great deal. Every 2 windows you purchase, you get 2 free windows. Plus, you'll put 0 down and make 0 payments with 0% interest for 24 months. In other words, don't open your wallet for 2 full years. You take advantage of all the benefits, but you're not paying a dime. So maintain your chill and lower your bill with new Window Nation windows. Buy 2, get 2 free and pay nothing for 2 full years. Call 866-90-NATION after you've done your window shopping online at windownation.com. Don't miss out. Window Nation, 866-90-NATION. Tell them John Kincaid sent.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code KIND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code KIND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code KIND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
If you have to towel off after you towel off, don't throw in the towel. Call your independent Delaware Valley trained comfort specialist for a new high-efficiency air conditioning system with whole-house air filtration. You'll get cooler, cleaner, and healthier air throughout your home and lower energy bills, too. So if your AC puts out more hot air than a politician, visit Train.com to find a Delaware Valley independent trained comfort specialist near you and ask about rebates and special financing offers. It's hard to stop a train. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for details.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
11:48, 97.5 The Fanatic. Andrew Salchunas alongside Jamie Lynch. You missed a pretty momentous day yesterday.
Did I? Where was I?
He left.
Oh.
The coop.
Yeah, I had to take my wife up to
that's why we couldn't do Maxie's and blah, blah, blah. But Cooper.
The Coop. What do you say, Coop?
Graced the presence of One Bala Plaza yesterday.
Yeah.
Christy and Cooper were at the Philadelphia Zoo, and she just was standing outside the doors.
Oh, surprise.
So when I left when I was walking out the building, I was like, that girl's pretty hot. Oh, wait. That makes sense.
You started thinking dirty. Is that what?
Of course, yeah. But then there's Coop, and I'm like, whoa. So Colin, I brought him up.
Nice.
Walked him around. You know,
maybe Skylar and Paige will stop by tomorrow because they're going to the Please Touch Museum.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
and have them touch the buttons here. That'd be great.
Yeah, I should get a picture.
I brought Rhonda took a picture of me and Coop.
You should have got him with some headphones on behind the board.
Yeah, I don't. He probably would have.
Say you don't let anybody in this place.
But yeah, he got the tour. He met Miss Rhonda.
Nice.
Which was a big day. He met Tyrone and Ricky, and he already met Jen. Jen and Christy went out for a beer once.
Oh, yeah. Weren't you guys living close to each other?
Yeah. We still are. Yeah.
She's right down the street.
Right down the street. So we, the three of us and Cooper went out. So Cooper and Jen, they're old acquaintances already.
You still haven't met the Coop.
Well, yeah, he missed a big
met
day.
me, but
he met Ray.
Not noteworthy enough to make it in the recap.
Wow.
I was not done yet. He met Dylan. He met Gina. He met Chuck. He met the security guard out front.
Nice.
Gave him a fist pound.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a big day, man.
Yeah.
So, he missed it, Coop.
Sorry, Coop.
Walking around, he fell a couple times.
I hope I can repair our relationship and make this up to you one day.
I would appreciate it.
Yeah. Can I interest him in some Union swag that I'll be giving out tomorrow, or it's actually Saturday? Excuse me, not tomorrow.
Yeah, tell us about. You got an appearance on Saturday,
6:30 to 8:30, Downingtown PJs. Going to be giving out some Union gear and tickets. 2 pairs of tickets we'll be giving out. We got all sorts of good swag that just got dropped off to me. We'll be giving out.
Any new kits?
I don't know. We might have kits on site, but I have these beautiful Coors Light Union T-shirts.
Cool tee. Yeah,
that's a good tee.
That's a good tee.
Taking this one home, but yeah, going to be giving out some good stuff. 6:30 to 8:30, Downingtown PJs, Coors Light Union tickets, all that stuff.
That's awesome.
It's gonna be a good time.
Speaking of tees,
looking forward to it. So Downingtown, don't let me down. Come out, support me.
That would be huge.
Come on, Downingtown.
I bought some pairs of shorts on Prime Day.
Oh, did you?
Cheap, so I got these navy blue shorts, and it matches my hat. Nice pair of shorts. It's very simple.
Yeah.
It matches my hat today. I was at the Rook yesterday in Manayunk, my old stomping grounds.
I've been at the Rook many times.
That was my spot when I was living there, and so because Christy and Coop were here, we went over yesterday. It was
nice.
Great. So my man Chris, he's a fantastic bartender there, and so I needed to wear a T-shirt that matched the hat.
So you went with Sixers.
And can I?
I like those.
It's an awesome
those
shirt.
shooting shirts.
But can I be totally honest with you? I picked it up and I was like, this matches, but this is my first time wearing Sixers.
Oh man, you're down bad.
This is my first Sixers attire since they lost to the Celtics, and I feel uncomfortable in it right now.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't know.
You're down that bad,
dude. I don't know what the heck's gonna happen with this team.
Well, your discontent be damned, Andrew.
Yeah, apparently. If you're just tuning in, there's a latest slop that James Harden once out.
He does not want to be here.
And he made it clear that he wants the Clippers.
As I tried telling you from Joel Embiid's comments the other day, they know he does not want to be here.
And Daryl Morey doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, discontent be damned is the word from Sam Amick in his news story here. It's not good. And somebody let me read the comment. Says, basically I agree with his stance here. Here it is from Boston_sucks. Mike says, I think Morey is overrated, but I do agree with his stance. He can't let petulant children get their way, and he has more value on the Sixers than anything they'd get in return. Not just on the court value, but as an expiring contract. Some of that is right, but Mike, this is the NBA where petulant children run the show.
Look at Dame Lillard. Dame Lillard has 3 years left on his deal.
And his agent is telling teams that aren't the Heat, don't even trade for him because he'll make it miserable for
that's
you.
Disgusting.
This is the way the league works. Unfortunately, I love the chaos of the NBA. I think it's part of their secret sauce, but the players run the league. And if you force him to come back here, I know he's got money to earn in years to come still, so he has to give a decent performance on the court, but his heart isn't going to be in it.
No, it won't be. And if he loses, he'll go, nah.
Yeah, he goes, all right, how do I get 20 and 10 again and just get out of here? Like, I'm not going to die for that loose ball. I'm not going to give that extra effort on defense. I'm not going to rotate when Nick Nurse wants me to rotate in the offense. Like, I'll just get my numbers and be happy with it. His heart isn't going to be in it. And for that reason, I'm out. Just get him out of here.
I will say the Harden situation doesn't bother me as much as the Dame situation because it's the years. 1 year left on your deal. This happens all the time. 3 years left on your deal. You just signed the extension and you're picking the team you want to get traded to, and the Heat have no assets. So I'll say the Dame situation is more ludicrous. Like, that's one where I think Adam Silver legitimately needs to step in.
Well, I mean, the Ben Simmons situation was the same exact thing. So he didn't step in there. They're not going to step in. The players run the league. Now if James Harden wants to be in a Clippers jersey, get the hell away from my team and my MVP, who, that's the only thing that matters.
Because you don't want him to poison his brain.
Dude, it's going to be poison.
And it's already poison. Yeah, it's a toxic situation. The Sixers they're toxic, yo.
Toxic, Brittany. And I understand Daryl, wanting to be patient and being dug in. I get that to a degree. But at the same time, you cannot bring a malcontent into camp again. Wait, why? Right. We've been through this. We've seen how this play ends.
Yeah.
Just get them out.
Now, Ray, what was your question that you had for us?
So you guys talked about Doc Rivers being fired for Harden, and we've had the conversation of some of the signings, especially Harold. Like, why is he back? Does it feel like there's a lot of Harden friends here to try and make this work? My question for you, if you could pinpoint one thing since Joel Embiid got here that this organization has done specifically in his interest, what would that be?
In Embiid's interest?
I think the Jimmy Butler thing is probably the biggest.
No, they weren't buddies before.
They became buddies.
Yeah, but his
skill set, they brought in the veteran guy with dog and heart and all that. I actually think early on in his career, getting J.J. Redick and Ilyasova and Bellinelli and all those guys was a direct, like, okay, this is going to help Joel Embiid by getting spacing.
The trades did work. I know Jeremy Grant has turned into a decent ball player, but that team was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
It just was over after 1 year.
But and this may be the main problem with the Sixers is there's no consistency.
Maybe J.J. Redick.
Yeah, I think J.J. and Ilyasova and Bellinelli, those types
Redick,
of
period,
moves.
right? Like the dribble handoff, all that worked pretty well for him.
So it's been 5 years, 6 years since you did something catering to your superstar?
I'll say Horford. It was going to give him a breather, take nights off.
And I think Harden, too, to an extent, getting a real point guard in here.
And got rid of the petulant child that was Ben Simmons.
It was one of the best plays in the NBA last year. It just wasn't there in crunch time for you when you needed it.
So I guess Harden would be an answer.
Well, Harden you kind of had to do, right?
Yes, but I think
that's not a Embiid. That's not, hey, Embiid, we got you Harden. It's, hey, Embiid, we got rid of the, Simmons got himself kind of run.
But I think Morey had eyes for Harden prior to Ben hijacking the franchise.
Which is fair. I'm just saying, I
can't quit you, James.
Yeah.
I know Morey said Embiid would have no say in the coach. I imagine he did talk to him about Nick Nurse.
I just think there's been more done for Embiid's co-stars than Embiid himself.
Yes, which is why I'm worried about him, asking out in a year.
Which is why I also can't blame him.
I probably wouldn't either. There's been no consistency. When you take the 6 years of Joel Embiid's prime, he's basically had 5 or 6 different rosters.
Yeah.
There's been no chance, no opportunity to grow consistency with this organization and this roster. It's a disaster.
So I follow Chelsea Miller on Twitter. Chelsea's a great listener to the program.
Appreciate Chelsea.
She's the one that tagged us in the photo with her daughter watching the show.
Yeah.
And it was the day we were talking about
baby Leah.
Yeah, we were talking about all the alcohol and whatnot. Yeah, so really good influence.
So hopefully Leah's watching. Hi, Leah.
So she just posted this a minute ago. She posted a photo of her tattoo. 10,9,8,76. And here's the tweet. I got my Phillies and Eagles tattoos after they won championships. I got my Sixers one last year hoping if I got it before, a championship would come soon. Fast forward to today, this team is a bleep storm and make me die inside. No championship in sight, only misery. That's pretty depressing.
Wow.
Man.
That's.
But is she wrong?
That's how you feel.
Yeah. I do think there's still contenders with the right moves, but I don't know what that move is.
I mean, best case, they can salvage this for how long?
Yeah. Like, I thought they were contenders because Harden was going to be back, and you would acquire somebody for Tobias Harris. We talked about Zach LaVine. We talked about the Bogdanovich trade. Like, I thought it was still Harden, Embiid, Maxey, and then you fill in the other places. And that's a formidable team. You get rid of James Harden, it's, all right, Tyrese, here's the keys. And Joe.
And it appears this isn't Harden just doesn't like the basketball fit here. It appears he's upset with what he gave up last year and how Daryl Morey handled it this offseason.
Gave up his money, also gave up his, what's the terminology he used? His basketball creativity.
Basketball freedom.
Basketball freedom.
Yes.
Thank you. Real quick, go to 97.5thefanatic.com right now because in 15 seconds, we will have our next online ticket raid for FanFest Saturday, August 26th from 11 to 5 at Xfinity Live, presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. So the online ticket rate starts right now.
And it'll sell out quick, so get on there.
Yeah, get on there right now, 97.5thefanatic.com. If you don't get one, just call us or DM us. We'll take care of you. Let's go to Mike and Delran. Mike, what's going on, man?
What's going on, guys?
Just another malcontent point guard trying to drag down my basketball hopes and dreams.
I'm so tired of it, man. I'm so over it. Like, this is the worst time of the year for sports. Like, it already sucks. Like, I'm just sitting here counting the days down until, Eagles.
2 weeks till training camp, Mike.
Yeah, I'm so excited. But then I got to hear this crap. Like, Daryl Morey's got to say, malcontent be damned or whatever it is. He has to because he needs the value to be there. But there is no value because nobody wants to pay the guy what he thinks he deserves. And I completely in him back thinking he's going to play hard for. He had a game, 5 quarters to end his season last year that proved he doesn't deserve the money he wants. I don't care right now who plays with Joel Embiid. I also disagree that I feel like every move made was for Joel Embiid. They were just the wrong ones. The only move that wasn't made was getting rid of Jimmy Butler. That was for Brett Brown and Ben Simmons, and that sucked too. The whole thing sucks. It all sucks. Matter of fact, I liked the years of the process more than I've liked the last 6.
Wow. No, I can't go there. I've heard you're not the first person that said that. I can't go there, Mike.
I am, because at least then I had an idea of maybe something would come someday. Now here it is, and we don't got nothing.
They're at least close enough. They had Tony Roten.
There's the passion I was looking for.
I know. No passion.
Until Cooper's on that radio station.
Thanks, Mike.
I mean, there's no passion out there. I mean,
Chunas and Chunas radio?
Yeah. So Jason
cool.
just tweets in. He says, "Thank God I'm not emotionally invested in this Sixers team like I am with the Eagles."
Yeah, well.
But that's what's happening. Like, fans' emotional investment. Forget the financial investment, because I still think the place is going to be pretty close to sell out all next year. It's the emotional investment from the fan base is on life support. And Daryl needs to do something to save that. And I don't think a malcontent point guard, again, is going to save fans' emotional investment with this roster next year.
Now, Dantes wants to talk about a trade that I mean, it's not going to happen, but sure. What's up, Dantes? What's going on? Dantes, you there? Hello. Take us off mute, man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, he wanted to trade James Harden for Drew Holiday.
So do I.
That'd be awesome. They're not going to. It's not happening.
Why would Milwaukee do that?
No, Milwaukee goes, wait, we already won with this guy, and
he's a great two-way player,
and he works perfectly with Giannis, and like Milwaukee's not going to blow that up. They just needed a new coach in there, and Drew Holiday's going to retire in he's got 2 years left on his deal.
I don't even know because I haven't looked at him as a possibility because why would Milwaukee
I know
trade him?
his exit press conference this year, he basically said, I'll probably play out this contract and then retire.
Oh, did he really? I didn't even catch that.
I mean, that could change.
So he's 33 years old.
Yeah.
He
got
has
2 years left, right?
This is his final year. No, 23, 24. Yeah, he's 2 years left at 36 and 39 mil.
Yeah, and I think he said something to the extent of this could be my last 2 years. Like he wants to finish
He'll
out.
only be 34 at the end of his contract.
Yeah,
going into his
maybe
35th
he
year.
doesn't want to play till he's 40.
Yeah, but maybe. Well, he's already got his ring. So
he's got his ring. He's got his millions. You know?
Yeah, it'd be sweet.
That'd be
Retired at age 35
nice.
with millions in the bank. Not bad.
If you want to jump in on the Sixers conversation, you can at 610-632-0975. James Harden wants to be traded. We already know that. But now the latest story is that Daryl Morey, discontent be damned, is going to try to do whatever he can to keep James Harden here for the final season of his contract, which he's a good ball player, and they're a good team with him. But there's more to it than just going out and playing basketball. And that's what James has been pretty much saying ever since the story came out. Like, you can't have that attitude going into training camp.
Because if he was motivated last year and it wasn't good enough, and we saw it collapse in 5 minutes right before our eyes, what makes me think an entire season of unmotivated except for money? Like, Joel Embiid needs guys that are all in.
Yes.
Like, bottom line, I'll take Norman. If you can get Norman.
The windows, like, I had a neighbor in college. They propped their window open with a Natty Ice can.
Nice.
Like, that's how they kept. Like, that's kind of Joel Embiid's window right now.
I would say it's even more like on like a tin of dip. Like a Zin.
A Zin?
Yeah. A Zin thing is holding the window
you
up.
want to go out to the bars, pack some Zins later?
Connor was throwing in a Zin earlier.
Dude, I was at one of the watch parties, and it was at Wicked Wolf, me and Tyrone. And, dude, this kid had 6 Zins in it.
Oh, my God.
And I'm like, bro, stop. Like, he was like 22. I was like, dude, it's not that. Like,
Oh, you're talking about Zach? Yeah, I know that guy.
Oh, yeah? Is that who it is? 6 Zins, man.
Yeah, the window is held up with a
Sipping
Zin can.
His G&Ts
Oh.
and six Zins.
Yeah.
I'm watching him take one out, put another. I'm like,
Gross.
Like, dude, stop, man.
But yeah, that's what the window is being held up by right now. And I'll take a highly motivated Norman Powell, who Nick Nurse knows he can work with, and his heart, rather than a malcontent who's just going to play for money and has already cut off emotional investment with the team.
Oh, God.
Malcontent be damned.
All right, on a lighter side, even though we're going to yell and scream at each other probably. We had a heated debate before the show.
Yeah, you're really wrong.
So, Wendy's, it's Thursday.
Yeah,
Wendy's,
my mom texted me and said, "What are you eating?" I have one of their little.
Oh, she watched on the YouTube?
Yeah.
Hi, Mama Lynch.
Little chicken biscuit left over.
Yeah, they drop off breakfast. They drop off some burgers, too. And they also drop off some cookies. And
Yeah.
Miss Rhonda is the best. Because Miss Rhonda, she makes sure nobody else wanted it before she took it for herself. You want a cookie? You want a cookie? You want a cookie? And Jamie asks, what kind? And she said oatmeal raisin. And Jamie, like, scoffed at it.
I was just like, "Nah, I'm good. It's all yours, Rhonda."
And me and Miss Rhonda had a similar reaction of, what?
Yeah, oatmeal raisin cookies are trash.
No, they're not, dude.
They are.
You get a good oatmeal raisin cookie, bro. It is delicious.
Nope. I'll take a chocolate chip. I'll take a snickerdoodle. I'll take a sugar cookie.
All these are
I'll
all
take
good.
an M&M cookie. I'll take a black and white cookie. I'll take almost any other cookie over an oatmeal
raisin cookie slaps.
No.
It's delicious.
It's trash.
And I asked a question. I said, do you like Raisin Bran cereal? And you said yes. So
I eat that with milk.
Ergo, you like the oatmeal raisin cookie.
No, they're not even comparable.
How are they not comparable? They're actually pretty similar.
Would you eat Raisin Bran dry?
Well, cookies are moist.
No.
If you get a right cookie.
It's not good. It's not a good cookie.
Raisin other. You have both of you.
I can only compare it to other cookies.
And you're going to make me go, oh, it's because you're a 60-year-old man.
Yeah, you basically are.
Only old people eat Raisin Bran cookies.
Do you have a bowl of those little strawberry candies on your coffee table with some Werther's Originals like my grandma?
Dude, there is a Werther's Original bandit in my neighborhood.
There's a what?
I'll take the dog or Cooper for a walk around the neighborhood. All these different houses have wrappers.
Just litter?
So somebody must be eating Werther's Originals on a walk and then just like throw in the trash.
That's so weird.
Dude, I've seen it all over different neighbors, different houses, all across my nneighborhood. There's a Werther's Original bandit out there. We got firework creeps.
What is going on in Tunis's neighborhood?
But the oatmeal raisin cookie is delicious.
No. I mean, when you compare it to other cookies, like, is it okay? Maybe. At best, it's okay. When you compare it to the other cookies that exist in the world, they're absolute trash.
I don't know. Sometimes I might be feeling it.
A raisin? Well, I don't need a raisin in my cookie.
Do you wake up and you're like, oh, that's what I want today?
Actually, it sounds like a good breakfast item. Oatmeal.
So if you're going
oatmeal
to
raisin,
use the casual that you are, if you're going to Crumble Cookie or Insomnia Cookie.
I'm anti-Crumble Cookie. I will never go to Crumble Cookie until Tobias Harris is traded.
And they have, 6,
Unless
7
they're advertised on the
cookies,
station, I'll change my mind.
And then they go, well, we have warm oatmeal raisin cookies.
I would get one.
That's
I would get one. Yeah,
that's a disgrace. Yeah.
Jared Thomas checks it. Do you eat shredded wheat with your oatmeal raisin cookie, old man Tunis?
Grow up, Peter Pan.
They're delicious.
You're wearing 12-year-old underwear, eating oatmeal raisin cookies, not touching your cell phone for 3 days at a time.
Listen, all I gotta say is this: I'm a happy individual.
Grow up, Peter Pan.
I'm a happy dude. I do my thing. I'm like James Harden. I walk to the beat of my own drum.
Yeah.
All right.
So I have a warm chocolate chip cookie and a warm oatmeal raisin in front of you.
I'll split each.
No. Make a choice,
works.
coward.
I'll go oatmeal. Oatmeal
you're
raisin.
lying.
It's a lie.
You lied.
Come on, man. The oatmeal raisin.
You're a cookie casual. It's disgusting. I don't need raisins in my cookie.
No, I will say.
Next, you're going to tell me carrot cake's the best cake, right?
I don't like carrot cake.
Yeah. Some people love it.
My dad's a big carrot cake.
My mother-in-law is a huge carrot cake.
My dad, a lot of birthdays, because it was his choice, was carrot cakes.
Yeah.
And you're a kid. You're like, oh, birthday cake. And you're like,
carrot cake.
Happy birthday.
Jason tweets in, it's why the oatmeal raisin is always left behind. At if a company has a catered event and
Unless
there's a
I'm
tray
there.
of cookies,
Hire me.
there's always oatmeal raisins left.
Hire me.
Yeah, trash.
I'll work on the side. When you guys have the birthday or whatever,
yeah.
hire me. I'll take $5. $5, I'll drive out to your workplace birthday, and I'll eat the oatmeal raisin cookie.
The sugar cookie might be one of the finest of them all.
Sugar cookie overrated, but
stop that.
You guys don't want to. You guys don't want to start that conversation.
You want to start attacking something else to take us off of this because you know you're losing this.
Such a cash. Such a cash. When it comes to cookies,
somebody just call me Benjamin Button.
You are. You're 29.
Yeah,
you might as well be 74.
Well, man, they're delicious, dude. Like your hatred for them is what's absurd.
The retirement homes that are listening to us right now are like, bring me another oatmeal raisin cookie.
I like that Tunis. He's a nice man.
Andrew seems like a nice boy.
610-632-0975. We have Matt Gelb of The Athletic coming up at 12:30.
And I'm going to ask him about oatmeal raisin cookies.
Good, that's the lead. That's the lead.
Yeah, because there's the Phillies press box up there. And
got a lot of great treats.
I bet there's always oatmeal raisin cookies because nobody eats them.
Well, you know what? Maybe I'll start going.
Frank, the ice cream man's probably
That's right, Frankie 2 Scoops.
Old, oatmeal raisin. By the way, I think the Graham Slam is back in stores.
It is.
I saw somebody tweet that.
It had been back, but nobody could find it. And then I saw that same tweet. The Graham Slam ice cream, man, with Scott Graham.
Yeah.
I remember him doing the commercials for it. It was awesome.
That's big news.
So Matt Gelb, we'll talk about the Phillies' second half, and we'll get into this. Who knows? It's speculation, this Nolan Arenado thing, but we'll play the Buster Olney clip. He's going to be joining us tomorrow. I'll read that tweet that he put out there. He thinks the Phillies are going to be buyers. And it seems the way he worded it, aggressive buyers and not just getting some depth guys. Who knows? We'll talk to Buster tomorrow. But Matt Gelb is going to be joining the show coming up at 12:30. Before that, I'm going to be the annoying kid in school that said, teacher, you didn't collect the homework assignment because Jamie Lynch did not do his homework assignment.
Mike from Delran said the oatmeal raisin cookie was good in 1938.
Well, you know what? We're coming up on the 100-year anniversary.
I got
15
into this.
years.
I got into this industry because I didn't want homework. What are you talking about?
Jamie Lynch didn't do his homework assignment last night, but there is something it's something that caught my eye that I was like, oh my God, this kid's set for life. 610-632-0975. He's Jamie Lynch. I'm Andrew Sal. Tunis, Matt Gelb at 12:30 right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, if you are in the market for an engagement ring, I'm sure you want to get the best one, right? You want to get a ring that's going to light up your eyes when you get down on your knee. Go see Angelo and the team at Family Company Jewelers. Let me just say this right now. Men, the day does not matter for you don't matter on this day. You drop down on bended knee, and that's so nice and all, but she's not looking at your eyes. She's not even listening to a word you're saying. She's looking at the ring that you're opening up, and you're about to slide on her ring finger, and you want to make sure that it's a good one. Family Company Jewelers, they're perfect for this. They're going to walk you through every step of the process, and I guarantee that you're going to walk out with a ring that she's going to be proud to show off for her friends and family for a very long time, like Christy still does, like Christy does with a lot of things. I got my engagement ring there, wedding band, first anniversary gift, also got her first Mother's Day gift there. Family Company Jewelers has been every step of the way with me in some of the biggest moments of my life, and they want to do the same for you, and they've already done that with other people here at the station. Congratulations to Tom Alvord and his fiance. Congratulations to some of my best friends who have gotten engaged with a ring from Family Company Jewelers. So check them out. Shopping local, of course, is very important, and Family Company Jewelers has been South Jersey's diamond destination for over 80 years, and they have more than 1,000 5-star reviews from all of their satisfied customers, and I'm one of them. So if you're getting engaged, go to Family Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, and make sure you tell them Andrew sent you.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Harden still wants out. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by the Bet Park Sportsbook app, where odds, bets, slots, and games all come together in the palm of your hand. Bet sports and play your favorite casino games for real money. Must be 21 in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Athletic reporting once again, James Harden wants to go, but Daryl Morey says no on this one. Morey and the Sixers still looking for an opportunity to keep Harden around in Philadelphia despite his insistence to be traded. The Union beat Nashville 2-0 last night. A pair of PKs for Daniel Gazdag were the difference. 3 red cards were given out in the match. The Union climb up to 4th in the Eastern Conference with the win. The Phillies return tomorrow night. Host the Padres at 6:05. Christopher Sanchez gets to start. Josh Harrison placed on the aisle on Wednesday with a right wrist contusion. Corresponding move for him coming tomorrow. And then other NBA news, LeBron is not retiring. He announced yesterday, and Kristaps Porzingis signed a 2-year, $60 million extension with the Boston Celtics. This update's also brought to you by Compassion International. Drought, war, and rising food prices have devastated families in poverty. $50 provides a food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646. Keep it locked right here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's the Cuz, Anthony Gargano. Weekdays 10 to 2 on 97.5 The Fanatic.
These are emails filling your employees' inboxes. Downloads beaming from device to device. And any one of them could be a cyber attack. Is it possible to keep your small business safe? It is with Comcast Business Security Edge. It helps keep your connected devices protected, and you can monitor threat activity in real time. So this security threat is the last thing you need to worry about. With Comcast Business, advanced security isn't just possible, it's happening.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $69.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Call or go online to learn more. Offer ends 7/23/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 100 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Hey, it's John Kincaid for Window Nation, and a few words about summer. Searing, scorching, sweating, sweltering, all S words. Blazing, blistering, burning, baking, B words. Feeling the heat? I bet you are. I bet you feel the heat when you open up your electric bill, too. Look, this is a time that can get you hot under the collar. So, Window Nation's there to help you out. New energy-efficient windows that will help keep your home cool and comfortable. And they're also going to keep your energy bills lower. Your air conditioner will avoid premature breakdown. The best thing about Window Nation is they're offering you a great deal. Every 2 windows you purchase, you get 2 free windows. Plus, you'll put 0 down and make 0 payments with 0% interest for 24 months. In other words, don't open your wallet for 2 full years. You take advantage of all the benefits, but you're not paying a dime. So maintain your chill and lower your bill with new Window Nation windows. Buy 2, get 2 free and pay nothing for 2 full years. Call 866-90Nation after you've done your window shopping online at windownation.com. Don't miss out. Window Nation, 866-90Nation. Tell them John Kincaid sent you.
Right now at Wendy's, when you buy either Dave's Single, Spicy Chicken Sandwich, Medium Frosty, or 10-piece nuggets, you can get another for just $1. Your dollar never tasted so good. So it's obvious what everyone will get, right?
Definitely nugs
Spicy
and a
chicken
Frosty.
sandwich,
Dave's Single and a Frosty for me.
and a Frosty. Okay, who said Frosty and a Frosty? Pick your obvious choice. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's, buy one, get one for $1.
Limited time only. Price of participation may vary. U.S. Wendy's, valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined in a combo or any other offer.
Hey, Philadelphia Union fans, our friends over at Coors Light are hooking you up with tickets throughout the season. So join me, Jamie Lynch, and the Fanatic crew at PJ Wellahan's Downingtown this Saturday, starting at 6:30 p.m. Stay and watch the match as the Union take on the New York FC. Great prizes, including Union swag and tickets. Plus, enter to win a road trip to Boston to see the Union play the New England Revolution with Philly sports trips. For details, go to the events page on 975thefanatic.com.
Coors Light is a proud sponsor of the Philadelphia Union. Dupe and chill. Coors Light is made to chill.
Hey, it's Ricky Bo here to tell you about an event for true Phillies fans. It's the Authentic Expo, and it's coming to Philadelphia August 11th and 12th at the DoubleTree Hotel, Philly Airport. 2 days of sports cards, memorabilia, and autographs featuring more than 25 legendary Phillies alumni guests. I'm talking Charlie Manuel, John Kruk, Gary Maddox, and more. I'm excited to be there, and 97.5 The Fanatic will be broadcasting live on Saturday morning, August 12th. Don't miss it. The Authentic Expo, August 11th and 12th. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit AuthenticExpo.com.
This month at AAA Car Care Centers, everyone can save $70 on select sets of 4 Nokian tires. Plus, get a free standard oil change with your tire purchase. Only at AAA Car Care Centers. See store for details or visit AAA.com/mycar.
We all know Philly sports is big business, and we've got you covered every weekday with the Fanatic's Business of Sports reports that are powered by Pico for Business. For information on how your company can save with Pico's incentives, go to pico.com/business.
More of the Anthony Gargano Show now
on 97.5 The Fanatic.
$12:20, 97.5 The Fanatic. Andrew South, Jamie Lynch filling in for the Cuz. Congratulations to everybody that scored some FanFest tickets on our online ticket raid. Sold out in 4 minutes, dude. 4 minutes for FanFest tickets. I know people are going to start panicking now going, oh my God, how am I going to get my tickets? Just call up. We'll take care of you. Just call in.
And there'll probably be more raids before FanFest.
Yeah, I'm sure. But call in with a pertinent point, and we'll give you a pair of FanFest tickets.
Like if you want to call up and say that oatmeal raisin cookies are absolute trash.
They're not trash, bro.
At 97.5 Middays put out a little poll action.
Yes.
And I'm actually surprised.
With how close it is.
That 38.1% of almost 200 people right now think that it's up almost
41,
to 40,
bro.
It's updating live on me. That's shocking to me.
Yeah, people like oatmeal raisin cookies.
That's not what it is. The older crowd found Twitter.
So
they got off of Threads and hopped on Twitter like the old times.
There is a lot of oatmeal raisin love.
Yeah, our man Legs just said I choose oatmeal raisin. I said you might be a serial killer.
Why?
I mean, one's a good cookie and one's not.
The oatmeal raisin is. You literally just said they're not bad, but now you're changing your. words.
If I was dying, I could eat it for some substance, but compared to other cookies, it's trash.
DeBow Man checks in.
Yeah, he's a supporter of you.
He says sugar cookies like eating a handful of drywall with a sweet taste.
That's ridiculous.
It's true. Sugar cookies aren't that good.
Yes,
dude.
they are. When they're warm and they're falling apart in the middle, oh, that's delightful.
Real quick. So we started the show.
And I noticed the poll wasn't chocolate chip because that would be 98%.
I know it wouldn't be close. I never said that chocolate chips or oatmeal raisin better than chocolate chip. I would take the oatmeal raisin, though, if it was sitting there. We started the show with something that Ray found on Reddit yesterday where a guy claims he was arrested in a Russian prison and missed out on sports since 2020. He just got released. And so he had no idea the Milwaukee Bucks. He's a Milwaukee Bucks fan, Brewers fan, Packers fan. He had no idea that the Bucks won the NBA championship. He also had no idea that Aaron Rodgers left the Packers and went to the Jets. So we started the show asking, if you were to explain Philadelphia sports over the last 3 years, how would you do it? And I asked the question, has it been good? And for the most part, it has. Now, we're miserable right now about the Sixers. The Flyers are about to tank. Eagles lost the Super Bowl. Phillies lost the World Series. They got Michkov. They're finally going into a tank, a rebuild, whatever you want to call it. The Sixers are still contenders. The Phillies and Eagles at least got to their respective championship games. The Union got to a championship, and shout out to the Union for winning yesterday. So things are actually good. There's another Reddit post, because it's all NBA Reddit. And somebody tweeted out, I guess because I saw this post, that now I'm seeing all these NBA Reddit posts. Somebody said it's time to shut down Reddit/NBA.
Why?
The post. Should it be possible to imprison NBA players who don't fulfill their contractual requirements? So this Dame situation, and it parallels to the Ben Simmons situation, has got me thinking. An NBA player can just ignore their contractual requirements with little to no repercussion, aside from maybe a fine from the team, which is really just pocket change to them. Considering how devastating it can be to both the team and the fan base when a star just outright refuses to play, it seems like a larger punishment could be in order. What do y'all think? So should NBA players be arrested?
I think that's fair, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Like Dame should be
It's
arrested.
definitely not an extreme reaction.
Do we think that guy is a Blazers fan? Do we think that guy's,
probably.
I don't know, fan of another, like the Celtics? Because I know people in Boston have talked about Dame, like maybe upset, maybe a Philadelphia fan for all we know, upset about Dame only wanting to go to Miami. What do we think?
Brooklyn fan could be upset because Brooklyn was one team mentioned even by Dame Lillard's camp that he would like to go to Brooklyn, but
Kevin
it's
Durant
now Miami.
in a Twitter thread last week said that Dame basically thinks fans are irrational for losing players they love. He was like, I can assure you that no player considers the fans. It's just business. And I was like, oh, cool. Well, at least, again, this is honesty
that you.
And
like.
I went, yeah, I'm glad you're saying it because it's pretty clear.
Who said this, Dame?
Kevin Durant.
Oh, Kevin Durant.
About the Dame situation.
So you're okay that Durant said it because he's good?
Yes.
If Korkmaz said it.
Get the hell go back to Turkey. He's in the lab over in Turkey right now. He's shooting bombs.
Matt Gelb is joining the show in 5 minutes. So we're going to talk about the second half for the Phillies.
I have a feeling he's going to be an oatmeal raisin guy.
He's a smart man.
Yeah.
Us Phillies guys, we stick together.
Oh, yeah, you casual.
So I want to play something real quick for you. Buster Olney was on ESPN yesterday with Kevin Nagandi, and he was talking about the Phillies in the second half. Now, the Phillies, all signs pointing to be buyers. The president of the St. Louis Cardinals said that they're going to be trading players at the deadline. Nolan Arenado's name has already been out there. Arenado himself said he would not be surprised if he's traded. Phillies have already been floated out there by Eduardo Perez, who does a lot of baseball stuff for ESPN. John Stallness of The Good Fight said that Alec Boehm would probably be in the package. I'm all for it. And Buster Olney talked about how good things are for the Phillies right now. Here he is on with Kevin Nagandi yesterday talking about the Phillies and the second half.
When you look at the NL East, you've got the Marlins, you've got the Phillies, you've got the Mets. Who has the best chance of challenging the Braves, who've been outstanding the entire first half?
And it makes me sick to have to do this with you, but I'm going to say the Phillies, because they are a really dangerous team. In the shadows of what the Braves have been doing over the last 5 weeks, this as a Phillies fan, they're playing great. They've won 23 of their last 32 games, and in that time, since June 3rd, they have a team ERA of 2.96. Kevin, that's more than half a run better than any other team. And yesterday, Rob Thompson, the Phillies manager, said to me, look, as we move forward, you figure that their offense is going to get better. Trey Turner will bounce back at some point. Bryce Harper will start hitting home runs. And Dave Dombrowski, head of baseball operations, he's great at making in-season trades. This is a team that could challenge the Braves for dominance in National League and maybe in Major League Baseball.
That's awesome to hear that he thinks he could challenge the Braves.
Well, they already have the upper hand over the Braves. They beat them in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's true.
And they play them well in the regular season. So, if the Braves have to come into Citizens Bank Park this postseason,
again, yeah,
they'll be thinking about that.
Now, the one thing you and I both disagree with is Bryce Harper's power might not be coming back.
I don't think it's coming back this year, and that's okay. It'll be back next year.
You just hope maybe he has a hot streak where he puts a few out.
I mean, if he ends up with 15 home runs at this point, that's like a miracle.
Yeah, well, look, you had 3 in the first half, and now he didn't play much in the first half, but you finished with 12 in the second half. That's pretty big.
Yeah, and, the comp, Ohtani, his power didn't return after the surgery, too. It's just like, and I know Kevin Cooney deep dove the
launch angle.
The launch angle, which I really appreciated.
That was amazing, man.
The nerd homework on. But, yeah, I know he's hitting the ball hard, and his launch angle's proper and all that, but I don't know if it's extension, whatever it is. I just don't expect the power to return. That's why I want a power hitter at the trade deadline.
But at least he's
some pop.
At least he's hitting like 300 or close to, and he's on base.
He should be batting elsewhere.
Where?
Just somewhere else in the lineup.
Where else would you put him?
That's up to Rob.
Oh, okay.
I hope he,
But if you had to set the lineup,
what would you do?
I would probably put a guy with like a 400 on base.
So it wouldn't be Schwarber?
Earlier in the order.
Oh, okay. But would Schwarber be your leadoff hitter?
I don't have a comment at this time, Andrew.
Oh, okay. You're sticking to your vow. I'm impressed.
I haven't broken yet. I only have another day and a half.
By the way, the beginning of that clip where Buster Olney, who's joining the show tomorrow, says, I hate to do this with you.
Yeah.
So Kevin Nagandi actually texted me the clip. So I appreciate Kevin for helping produce the show today.
As a fellow Temple man, I appreciate the camaraderie of alumni.
I did not realize Buster Olney's a big Vikings fan. And so Kevin told me they still go back and forth since that NFC Championship game, which is just so funny. Now, yesterday, you did not do your homework assignment.
Apparently not.
You did not watch the quarterback show on Netflix.
I fell asleep in my daughter's bed reading her books.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
I threw my whole night off.
I watched the entire first episode, half the second one. I was starting to lose it. I was drifting away, and it's fantastic.
I saw a clip of Mahomes and Max Crosby yesterday.
That was such an awesome scene.
And I went, damn, Mahomes is cool.
He is cool.
Yeah.
That show is going to be awesome. I can't wait to finish the second episode.
So
probably
what is there,
when I get home.
4 episodes?
No, there's like 8 or 9.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And how long are they?
The second one was 50 minutes. I didn't check how long the first one was, but I would imagine probably around an hour.
And you said Christy did watch with you.
Yeah, and she fell in love with Kirk Cousins.
So it is possible cohabitant viewing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she thinks it's hilarious, like the dad wearing clothes, and I was like, well, yeah, he's a normal guy. He's like a normal dad. He's me, but just with $90 million contract, and like, yeah, I'm Kirk Cousins. Like, you like that? Like, we're the same person, pretty much.
Does he have a flip phone like Andrew Luck and like?
No, he has an iPhone.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got an iPhone.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she actually was into it. So I'm sure Addie would be into it too.
All right. I'll give it a shot.
It's great behind the scenes. Like when they were going through training camp, before they started showing the games, they're reading the play calls. Spider 2XY banana or whatever.
Yeah.
And she's going, huh? I was like, yeah, dude, that's what they say in the line of scrimmage. They don't go, hey, you go long, you go 5 yards. Like and she's like, and everybody knows those. I was like, yeah, they have to. So it was kind of cool seeing her going like, oh, wow, this is
a little more complicated than I realized.
Than I thought. Let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. There is something from the show that I saw yesterday that like I knew this already, but it's one of those when you see it, you go, oh my God, really? I'll give you that later on in the show. But let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline and talk to a man who I think does a tremendous job covering for the Phillies for The Athletic. Always enjoy having conversations with him.
Athletic is awesome.
Yes, it is. And Matt Gelb's awesome. Matt, what's going on, man? How are you today?
Hey, guys. How are you?
How was the dentist appointment?
Yeah, this is my all-star break. I got a haircut, went and saw a dentist. Yeah.
I texted Matt yesterday. I was like, can you do 11:30? He goes, nah, that's when I got my dentist appointment. It's all-star break. And I said, that's what we do during bye week for football season.
I'm behind on the dentist trip.
Yeah.
Don't bring it up.
Good for you, Matt.
So, yeah.
All right, Matt, the real issue before we get into anything Phillies related, oatmeal raisin cookies. Your feelings on those?
They're a 0 for me.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
dude.
all right, smart guy.
No,
Us
come
baseball
on,
guys know that oatmeal raisins are trash.
Dude, they're fantastic. You guys are just haters. Just try it. Give it a shot. You probably like crumble cookies, and that's all right. You're casual. Or no, I'm the casual fan. It's whatever. But, dude, they're delicious. So you guys get off your high horse when it comes to the cookie game, please. Just go back to the basics. That's what we're talking about, man. It's all-star break.
The basics are chocolate chip cookie. You can't go wrong there. It's the most basic thing there is.
Sugar cookies better, snickerdoodles better, everything's better.
Sugar cookie sucks, but it's whatever.
Outrageous.
All right, Matt, so we got the second half starting tomorrow. Christopher Sanchez on the bump, game 1 of 4 against the Padres. Phillies go into the All-Star break pretty hot. Obviously, kind of a disappointing series with the Marlins, but month of June and early parts of July were fantastic. I'm guessing we expect more of the same for the Phillies in the second half?
I mean, I think really they went into the break in a good spot. I do. I mean, they probably would have liked one of those last 2 games in Miami, but I think the way you have to look at it as they have a favorable schedule moving forward. I mean, they played more games on the road in the first half than any other team did. Actually, the Mets had played the same amount, but no other team had played more. So it was a really road-heavy schedule, especially early in the year. They had a ton of trips to the West Coast. They don't leave the Eastern time zone again until the beginning of September. I mean, this is a time here where I think they feel like they can get this thing rolling. I mean, and we can look at this and say, hey, they're on like an 87 win pace, and it hasn't felt like they have played their best baseball. It's not like we don't feel like they've overachieved. If anything, you kind of feel like maybe they've underachieved a little bit, and yet they're right on pace, kind of where we thought they'd be, high 80s, somewhere around there. So I think they need their best players to play better, and that's probably going to be the story of how the rest of the summer goes.
Matt, is there belief from the hitting coaches to Rob Thompson to just internal discussions that there's a strong belief that Trey Turner is going to turn that corner?
I mean, I think every every day they think it's going to be the day that he turns that corner. And we've seen these like little moments here and there where you're like, oh, like maybe this is the moment where Trey Turner is finally becoming Trey Turner again. And I don't know. I mean, like, I think there's a belief, certainly. The question is whether it happens or not before the season ends. And so I will say, I think his at-bats have generally, the quality has generally improved in the last few weeks. I think there's still some mistakes in the field that need to be corrected. I still think there's too many wasted at-bats. But, look, he's one of the best players in baseball when he's right. And, like, you have to count on him being better in the second half. And guess what? Like, if he has a huge second half, I mean, no one is going to remember how bad the first half was. And it was bad. I mean, like, let's not dance around it. It was not good. It was not anywhere near what they expected. And to me, it's remarkable they are where they are with what they got from Trey Turner so far.
Matt, what's your expectation for Bryce Harper in the second half? Because Jamie and I are kind of the same spot. Like, look, he's going to keep on putting bat on ball. He's going to work counts, get on base. He's going to be the leader of the team. But I think there's this expectation that the power surge is going to come back. And I just don't know if I see that just yet. And he's still going to be a great ball player, but I don't think he's going to get to 20 home runs by the end of the season. What are you guys thinking about Bryce Harper in the second half?
I don't know how many home runs he'll finish with, but I think he's going to start in for power again. I mean, I look at it like, and I know people have made this comparison, but like having watched it every day last year, I see so many similarities. I mean, he came back from the thumb injury probably a little earlier than people expected, and he clearly was not himself. And teams are pounding him with fastballs. He could not drive the ball. There were a lot of questions about, like, what's going on with him? What's going on? I mean, we forget this because, like, don't forget, like, it's the second game of the playoffs, the second game against the Cardinals. He turns on one and he hits a homer in the second inning, and then he went on just an absolute tear. Like, I really think he just needs to see one go over the wall. And, like, they would have preferred to have it happen in the last 2 or 3 weeks, and it didn't. But if this weekend he comes after the break, comes home, hits a home run, sees one go over the wall, I feel like it's just going to just change his perspective a lot. And I do think he's going to get to first base relatively soon. I don't think it's going to be this weekend, but I think it's going to be pretty soon, at least a few weeks ahead of the trade deadline, so they can get an idea of whether or not he can handle first base, and that might allow them to go get a corner outfielder and have Kyle Schwarber be the DH, and that would really make them a better team. I really think that would make it a better fit.
Yeah, so Matt, that was leading me into my next question here. The trade deadline not far away. I think a power hitting left fielder of some variety is the way to go, but obviously there's a big name in St. Louis in not only Goldschmidt, but more specifically Nolan Arenado. Is that something you think the Phillies could possibly have interest in? He's under control for 4 more years at some pretty decent numbers for the team, or is that a pipe dream for Phillies fans?
I think the Phillies should certainly have interest in it. I don't think the Cardinals are going to trade those two guys. I really don't. I mean, it is not in the Cardinals' DNA to make that kind of trade right now, because if they do that, they're saying that they will not be competitive next season. And I just don't see them taking that step. I do expect the Cardinals to move some players, and there's some pitchers that might interest the Phillies, some starters, some relievers, if they get into that market. I don't see them moving Goldschmidt or Arenado. And I could be way off in this. This is just reading the tea leaves and just things I've heard from people. I just don't see them moving them. Now, if they decide that they're going to totally tear it down and rebuild, yeah, and the Phillies should absolutely be calling about Arenado. I think he's a better fit. Because then that way next year you could have Bohm or Harper or whatever playing first base, and Arenado is your third baseman. But Arenado would, he'd cost you probably all of your top prospects.
So back to the more realistic trade deadline acquisition, I would imagine a left fielder with a little bit of pop is high on the list, maybe a bullpen arm or two. Who are some names? We've heard Cody Bellinger, Andrew McCutchen, maybe Lane Thomas if he's available, Adam Duvall. Is that kind of the ballpark, for lack of a better word, you expect them to be in?
For right now, yeah. I mean, it's hard to know because it's unclear what teams are going to actually be selling. I mean, the AL and the NL Central are a mess, and you have teams there that probably should be selling but might not sell because they think they can still win those divisions. And then I really think like the whole deadline is hinging on the Padres. Like, what are the Padres going to do? Because if they decide to sell, they've got some really big pieces they could sell, and that would affect the entire market. Whether or not the Phillies are trading for Padres players, if other teams are, then maybe it frees up someone else for the Phillies to trade for. So obviously the Phillies want to win games moving forward, but if they win 3 out of 4 against the Padres this weekend, that could have, big ramifications for, how the market shakes out. Because I think a team like that is, they decide to sell, there's a lot of pieces. So I think there's some confusion right now about like what actually is going to be available. And people are wondering, who will the Phillies trade? Like which prospects? Well, I think it depends on the quality of player they're looking at. If you're looking at a rental, like you're not going to be trading any of your top prospects. So, but then again, if you're getting a rental, it's not a huge upgrade. I just think though, by getting Schwarber to the DH spot, Harper to first, and then getting maybe a righty hitting left fielder, not only will they improve offensively if they get somebody who can hit for some power, but defensively, it's so much better fit. I mean, Schwarber has been one of, if not the worst defenders in the baseball this year, and no one, it's hurt their pitching a lot. It really has. Like I think it's hurt Zach Wheeler a lot specifically.
Hey Matt, can you explain Aaron Nola to me?
Too many home runs this year.
Yeah.
I think we saw, that start against the Rays, and the Rays are a really good team. Like, they've been one of the best teams in the American League all year, and they score a lot of runs.
And he's dominant.
He was dominant. And why was he dominant? Because he threw strike one. Like, he got ahead of almost every hitter he faced. And Nola is so different when he is up 0-1 in the count. And this is for baseball people, like, it's obvious, like, 1-0 to 0-1, the difference is huge. It is huge. But for Nola, I think it's even bigger. Because he doesn't have overpowering stuff. When he's behind in the count and he has to throw a strike in the zone, he's going to get hit. And he's made too many mistakes over the plate when behind in the count this year. And that's where you see the home runs come from. So more walks, more home runs. It's been disappointing. But look, the guy's got a lot at stake here. It's not just what the Phillies have at stake. Aaron Nola has a ton at stake here in the second half. If he has a big second half, he will have a huge contract. And I think he'll get a huge contract even if he doesn't have a great second half. But he definitely can make himself some more money in the second half and help the Phillies out. But it's been disappointing. I think that's the best way to put it. It's been disappointing his season so far.
So, Matt, I'm going to put you in Rob Thompson's shoes, and you get to the playoffs, game 2 on the mound. And let's assume for the purpose of this question that Ranger Suarez and Taijuan Walker continue on their trajectory here. Who are you giving the ball to game 2?
Nola.
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to do too. But I was just curious.
Yeah, look, and I know people hate this argument, and it's not an argument that applies in the playoffs. Nola's still on pace for more than 200 innings this year, and that has that's huge because look, we barely talk about the bullpen because the bullpen's been so darn good, right? Usually we're talking about how do we fix this broken bullpen. Well, the bullpen's been really, really, really good, and part of it is because they haven't been overexposed. It's the starters that pitched deep into games, and Nola specifically, it may not always be great, but if he gets through 6 or 7, he's given up 4 runs. No, it could be better, but you still put your team in a decent position.
Last one for you, Matt, and we appreciate you taking the time.
Well, I do have one Twitter question I want to follow up real quickly with after you.
Okay, so Twitter question last, but just a quick update on some of the injuries. Jose Alvarado, all of a sudden back on the IL. We haven't seen Sir Anthony Dominguez in almost a month now. Of course, there's the Andrew Painter. Will he or won't he be with the big club at the end of the season? Any updates on some of the big names that are banged up right now for the Fightins?
Dominguez should go pitch in a minor league game relatively soon. Alvarado, I think it's going to be a little while. This is a very similar injury that he missed about a month with earlier this year, and I think they might need to give him about the same or even more time this time. Could be a big loss. He's been really good for them. Gregory Soto is going to have to step up. Painter, I don't know if he's going to get to the majors this year. I think it's the longer this kind of drags out, I think that's becoming more of a pipe dream. I think what's more important is that he's able to get back on the mound and pitch in a game somewhere this year. Whatever level it is in the minors. Now, maybe there's a scenario in which he gets to the majors still, but I think right now they'd be happy if he gets on the mound somewhere. Yeah. And is in a good mindset, going into next year.
And the Twitter question we got, Matt, is from our buddy Flyers goal scored by. He wanted to know how your good friend, somebody we miss on the Phillies beat, Jim Salisbury, is doing. What's Jimmy Stakes up to? Is he missing the Phils? Is he enjoying retirement? How's he doing?
He's tending to his garden. He's getting some time with his family.
Nice.
And he's still watching a lot of ball. So, I still hear from him every now and then, and I know he misses it, but I think he's enjoying his downtime.
Good to hear.
That's good to hear. Matt, thanks as always, man. We really appreciate it. Always enjoy talking Phils with you, and your All-Star break's over, so get back to work.
Doubleheader on Saturday.
Yeah, enjoy it. There he is, Matt Gelb of The Athletic. Matt, thanks, man.
See you guys.
Have
See
a
you,
great
man.
day. There he is, Matt Gelb.
I do love The Athletic, too, if you've ever considered
and
subscribing.
He does a great job. He does a really good job covering the Phillies, so check him out. So we'll continue the Phillies conversation. We'll obviously continue the Sixers conversation. Malcontent be damned. James Harden will still be here. At least that's what Daryl Morey wants to happen.
Matt kind of threw a wet blanket on my Nolan Arenado dreams.
Yeah, he did. But who knows?
Yeah.
He said it's not them to trade a player like that,
It's
but the
Cardinals.
but the president of the Cardinals
said that they're
going to be trading players.
He said people.
He said people.
He didn't say cornerstone pieces.
You never know.
Yeah.
The conversation's still there, man. 12 o'clock hour brought to you by Service First Heating and Air Conditioning. Get 0% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate when you purchase a complete heating and cooling system from Service First. Learn more at servicefirst.hvac.com. Something that happened in my home life 2 days ago that I have to bring up, and something that caught my eye in the Netflix show yesterday that I just went, geez, I knew this, but it's just wild to see. He's Jamie Lynch. I'm Andrew Salchunas, filling in for the Cuz right here on The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Once again, Harden wants out. I'm Ray Dunn. This update's brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. You may not always need a new water heater, but when you do, choose Bradford White. The latest from The Athletic is that James Harden still wants to go. Daryl Morey and the Sixers, well, they still say no. They're looking to keep James Harden around despite him insisting that he wants to be traded after opting in to his player option. Elsewhere, the Philadelphia Union beat Nashville 2-0 last night. A pair of PKs for Daniel Gazdag were the difference in the game. 3 red cards were given out in the match, and the Union now climb to 4th in the Eastern Conference after the win. The Phillies return tomorrow night, host Padres at 6:05. Christopher Sanchez gets the start. Josh Harrison was placed on the IL on Wednesday with a right wrist contusion. Corresponding move coming tomorrow. Matt Gelb just joined the show. You can catch the entirety of that conversation at 97.5 The Fanatic. Other NBA news, LeBron James announced he's not retiring, and Kristaps Porzingis signed a 2-year, $60 million extension with the Celtics. This update's also brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim hotline at 877-MADD-HELP or visit MADD.org. Keep it locked right here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's the Anthony Gargano Show on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, it's Cuz. Let me tell you about Golden Nugget Jewelers. So you met that girl of your dreams. You want to live happily ever after. Well, it all starts with the ring. Yeah. Now, I got a guy. I always have a guy. My man, your own, from Golden Nugget Jewelers, right in the heart of Jewelers Row, 8th and Chestnut. In fact, you have an entrance on 8th Street and on Chestnut Street. Your own has the largest selection of certified diamonds. He's got you covered with the setting. Now, that's important because it creates the whole ring. And he has the designers, Corey Viraggio, to create a ring that will absolutely make her melt. And he's got financing options, so you don't have to stress about it. Golden Nugget Jewelers in the heart of Center City, Jewelers Row. Go to goldennuggetjewelry.com. Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged.
We got blue skies overhead. Sun is shining like the weatherman said. The grass is green. This is the best. Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest. Got flip-flops on your feet. Wawa's waiting right up the street. A classic hoagie, that's the best. Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is back. And we're celebrating 15 years of hoagie love with $5 shorties and $6 classics.
Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest.
Gotta have a Wawa. Taste your way to tropical time with Wawa's pineapple drinks. Leave your cell phone on silent. Take a break from your to-do list and check out of your inbox. Because one sip of pink pineapple lemonade, pina colada smoothie, or a pineapple passion refresher will send you to the beach under the palms. Sit back and enjoy the journey. Find your sweet escape with one of Wawa's pineapple drinks today. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, baseball fans, the BetParx app has you covered. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances, home runs, hits, strikeouts. Bet game combos like winning team and over-under on total runs. BetParx futures bet on MVP, Rookie of the Year, and more. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. BetParx.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. And problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Crank the AC because it's not just hot, it's sizzling hot. All summer long at Parks Casino and Sportsbook. Pennsylvania's #1 casino brings you more ways to make this your hottest summer ever. The slots are hot. Table games are hot. The restaurants are hot. The biggest and best sportsbook on the East Coast is hot. The entertainment is even hotter. Don't miss a minute of the action. Visit ParksCasino.com. Street Road exit off 95 in the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Parks Casino. This is how you win. This is how you win. 21 gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Cuz. Dust off those renovation plans. Start designing the kitchen of your dreams with help from Colonial Marble and Granite. Colonial Marble and Granite offering fully installed countertops for just $14.99. How about an all-in kitchen for $69.99? That includes cabinetry, countertops, sink and faucet package. You heard me right. $69.99 all-in kitchen. Stop by an area showroom to see their amazing selection of products or make an appointment for a free in-home consultation. Visit colonialmarble.net today.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
This summer, I'll be about town thanks to our friends at Corona, the official cerveza of Major League Baseball. Join me for an ice-cold Corona tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. at Kavanaugh's Rittenhouse. Win some great prizes, including tickets to a game where you could sit in what we're calling Ricky Bo's Row. Kavanaugh's has been a go-to sports bar for years. Check out their new Rittenhouse location, now at 1921 Sampson Street. Hope to see you there. For details, visit the events page on 97.5thefanatic.com.
If you or someone you know has tried diet and exercise but still cannot reach your goals, it's time to consider adding Ozempic to your weight loss program. Hi, this is Dr. Avidan Appel from Iron Mountain Men's Health. I'm excited to announce that Iron Mountain Men's Health now offers Ozempic, the weight loss drug that's sweeping the nation. Ozempic is prescription only, which means you'll need to see one of our doctors first, whether in person or virtually. So schedule an appointment today at ironmountainmenshealth.com. That's Iron Mountain Men's Health, the leader in men's health.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
1250, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas alongside Jamie Lynch. We were just speaking with Tyrone Johnson during the break, who is anti-oatmeal raisin cookie.
As most should be.
So you guys are all wrong.
Anyone over the age of 75.
I'm sitting in Anthony's chair today, okay?
I've got to get my oats and grains today.
You have to understand, during this time slot and in this chair, when it comes to food opinion, it's food fact, and you're wrong. If you sit in this chair during this time slot, whatever happens with my opinion in food, I'm right, you're wrong.
I don't think Anthony actually, I know he's got an ant cookie, but I don't think he actually respects the cookie world. I don't think he's a cookie.
No, I don't think he's a cookie. I've seen him eat it during the holidays.
Okay, but I don't know if...
All hail, Tsar Cuz.
I put that together.
I think he's out of the cookie. I don't think he has the cookie credentials to weigh in.
No, but he would still make a statement.
Would he?
Yeah.
Can I text him right now what his thoughts are on the oatmeal raisin cookie?
Ask him for his top 5 power rankings.
Top 5 cookies?
You have to make it football, and he'll go.
He'll say ant cookie number 1.
He'll see your text and go, "Oh, gosh, what are you guys talking about?
You should be talking football. Training camp starts in 2 weeks. Come on, you're not a real sports guy.
He's so disappointed when he sees that.
I know. I almost don't want to send it now. What's your top 5 cookies?
I'm trying to think what my top 5 are, because it's definitely up there.
Do you know what one of the most slept on cookies is? My mom used to make them when we were young. You either put the Hershey Kiss or the Reese's.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
The mini Reese's in the middle.
Yeah,
those things.
Delicious.
I mean, it's not even oatmeal raisin
is pretty freaking good, man. Come on, don't disrespect. So the quarterback show on Netflix that you failed to watch yesterday.
This is what Anthony would actually have interest in, not cookie talk.
So I texted him last night, forgetting that he was still in Italy time, and I didn't realize what hour it was. I was like, oh, my bad. Allegedly. So I was watching the quarterback show yesterday. It was freaking awesome.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it.
But like 5 to 10 minutes into the show, they take you to Patrick Mahomes' house. Or should I say mansion?
Is this his new one with the 40-yard football field and the par 3 hole? And because
they didn't give a tour.
Okay,
but I assume that one because it's huge.
Because his new mansion has a par 3.
Probably.
And anytime I see that, I'm like, damn, that looks
You're
awesome.
jealous.
Yeah.
Nance has one. Remember, Nance has one.
And he's right at Pebble Beach.
He has one of the holes.
The Pebble Beach.
Or is it Pebble Beach?
I think it's the Pebble Beach, like 16th or whatever it is.
So they're at the Mahomes mansion, and they're doing the baby photo, the pregnancy photos, because Brittany Mahomes is pregnant with her second child at this time of the season, and it was also Pat's birthday, so they brought out the birthday cake. And meanwhile, it's like 8 layers, right? It's got sparklers, it's gigantic, and the numbers 2 and 7 are on it. Because he only turned 27.
Oh, my God.
And when I saw that,
he's going to be around for 15 more years.
Oh, my God, dude.
He's only 27.
He's only 27.
Well, what's Jalen Hurts? 24?
Yeah, and he got the bag.
So if Hurts is on, Mahomes is kind of on his own level.
Yeah.
And then there's like Burrow, Herbert, Hurts, and all the other guys. If he can stay at that level.
Oh, you're good for a long time.
Yeah.
But Mahomes, dude, like I see 27. He's got Andy Reid as his head coach. He's got Travis Kelce. He's got just speed receivers constantly. And oh, by the way, he himself is just magnificent.
Lost Tyreek Hill. He's like, oh, well, it's fine.
It was really cool. They went through his training regimen and how he could contort his body the way that he does. Like, it was like fascinating. And a lot of it was baseball workouts because, the stop and throw from shortstop and whatnot. But when I saw the 27, it made me think. The first time, because I'm still in that range of, damn, I'm 29. This guy's making 1 billion times my salary.
Yeah,
I'm still in that range. Ray, you're definitely in it because
big time.
You're seeing guys get drafted and make more money than you in a heartbeat. Can you remember the first time? For me, the first time a player that was younger than me that got drafted was Nerlens Noel. I was a sophomore in college. I was in my apartment. Obviously, the Sixers traded for Noel. But when Nerlens Noel got drafted and I saw his age, and I was like, oh my God, he just made more money than I'll probably ever make just now. Just this second being drafted. Was there a moment in your life when that happened?
The one that comes to mind for me was Lou Williams.
Okay.
Because I was like graduating college around then.
And he came out of high school.
And he was 18. And I went, oh, he's like 5 or 6 years younger than me.
Yeah, and you're thinking about where you were at 18.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, man, that's really weird.
Yeah.
And, yeah, he's maybe just because of how young he was. It really
that has a lot to do with it. It's the age thing.
Yeah.
And when I see 27 on the birthday cake at the Mahomes mansion,
he's going to be such a
manor,
pain in the ass for such a long time.
Right. Was there, I mean, you're in it right now. You're at
I'm in the
that
thick of this.
age of kids coming out of college.
I was watching Zion at Duke, and I had like a out-of-body experience of, oh my, we are freshmen at the same time.
Yeah.
And in a matter of months, he's going to have millions and millions of dollars of endorsements, and I'll be lucky if I have a summer internship.
And he's 18 and looks like he's 30.
Right. That was the other thing where I was like, he's probably
You're
two of me.
18 and you look like you're 16.
Yes.
You're 21, you're getting carded.
Yes.
He's 18, they're saying, here, take this. On
Still
us.
being carded. Yeah.
So
you're going to be carded for a long time.
For a long time.
Okay. Appreciate it.
So that's a big one. I did the cherry and white game with John earlier this year.
Mm-hmm.
The Temple football
team. Did you feel old compared to them?
Felt old, looked like a child. Dude, the guys on the sideline, because I was on the defensive side, I'm next to the D lineman. And I'm like, what? Like,
you're not 18 or 19. There's no way.
I'm like, where did you get this? Where'd you get this size, man? There was a linebacker that walked by me, a safety that walked by me. And I'm just like, all right, guys, like, what did you drink? What was given to you as a child that my parents did not give me?
PEDs in your milk? What's going on here, guys?
And it's just like, that was the Nerlens Noel draft was the moment. But when I saw Mahomes in the 27th birthday cake.
Yeah, he's unfortunately going to be around annoying us for a long, long time.
And he's not going to get stopped anytime soon.
And all that does is bring me back to, you gave him as close to as your best shot as possible with probably the most talented Eagles roster we'll see in our lives, and it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, Jonathan Gannon sucked. George Toma, the sod father.
But like
the flag still bothers me.
Yeah, I mean, they do kind of come off as excuses. The bottom line was Patrick Mahomes was ungodly in the second half. Because remember, he's going into half with the rolled ankle and he's limping on it, and you're going, yeah, we're up on him.
This, yeah.
His ankle's
not rooting for injury, but Super Bowl.
And then he comes out in the second half and just torches the earth.
You can't stop him.
And Jonathan Gannon's a rat fink.
So I was thinking about this yesterday. I texted you guys a bunch of questions that we'll probably get more into tomorrow. But
are we busting the hat back out tomorrow?
We might.
Yeah.
The side topic hat. But something that came to my mind yesterday when I was thinking about the Super Bowl, because for some reason it popped up in my mind. And, well, the quarterback show is the reason why, because I'm seeing Patrick Mahomes and I know what his season was going to become because it was last year. I don't know if I'll ever get over that Super Bowl. And I get it's the Super Bowl, so way to go out on a limb there. But I don't think I'm ever going to get over it. I don't think I'm ever going to get over the Alshon Jeffrey drop pass. I know you talked about that the other day. You brought up you could still see it in your mind. Because I think they get back to the Super Bowl that year.
I kind of do too.
The Rams got to the Super Bowl and then scored 3 points against the Patriots. Is there something in sports that you still have not gotten over?
Yeah, and I don't think I'll ever get over it.
What is it?
It's the Tampa game at the Vet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like
when you still think about it, your heart sinks a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just rewatched the Alshon play, but the Tampa Bay Bucks forever scarred on my sports soul.
Mm-hmm.
Alshon still had 5 or 6 yards, maybe 4 or 5 yards to go to get that first down.
That's fine. It wasn't fourth down.
But the two guys were right there. It wasn't a given first down.
It wasn't fourth down though.
No, I know, but you're still gonna have to get it.
Okay. And you had Nicky Six, man.
Yeah, I know. But the Tampa the one for me is it just no, I'll never get over that one.
Ray, something you'll never get over?
And Jamie referenced it earlier this week, watching Ryan Howard crumble at the end of 2011.
That was sad, dude. And especially because you know what happened.
I wasn't angry. I sunk and just went, oh no.
And you know what happened afterward? He was never the same.
Was never
his
the same.
Career was done. So I'll ask the flip. What is something that you have gotten over that people still haven't? I've kind of gotten over the quadruple doink.
That's what I was gonna say. I've kind of moved past the quadruple doink.
That was just God blew the ball in.
That was absurd.
And then the Raptors won the championship. And I said, all right, this isn't the Sixers' time yet. Run it back.
Well, because
they didn't, but
because Kawhi was so great,
of course that
helped me get over it.
Yeah.
You lost to the guy that he looked like Michael Jordan in his prime that year. He just dominated.
If that was Van Vliet who took the shot, you'd be like, what?
Yeah, if Pascal Siakam or somebody like that is hitting it at that point in their career.
Marc Gasol, Serge Ibaka.
Yeah, if Serge Ibaka hits that shot, I'm never getting over it.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's Kawhi, I went, all right, you tip your hat to greatness.
Is there anything else you can think of then? Because, look, Philadelphia sports is pain. You have to eventually get over some things or, you'll lose your mind.
1 bloody nil still hurts. So
Yes, that does.
That's never
that was the
better.
best. That's the best Phillies team I've ever seen in my life.
And that wind gust on Raul's home run ball.
That team's the best team I've ever seen in my life. And the 2008 Phillies won the World Series, but it's not even close.
No, I don't get over a lot. The fact I got past the quadruple bounce is I'm never going to get over the Hawks. I'm never going to get over the Celtics.
No, definitely not the Hawks. No.
The Celtics this past year, not going to get over that anytime soon.
I'll ask you one. 2009 World Series.
Luckily, you won in 2008, so that helped.
The Cliff Lee, blown lead was a bit. Well, that was the Cardinals. Sorry, but you had issues in the 2009 World Series too. But because you won in 2008,
it kind of helped you move past it.
Now I remember the storyline was, well, the Rays were nothing. Now's our chance to really show them. We're going to beat the Yankees.
PJ Upton.
That Yankees team was nasty.
Yeah,
and you lost to them.
Yeah. Cliff Lee was cool as hell in that series, too.
Yeah, but
that one doesn't kill me.
No.
But I would love to have beaten the Yankees in a World Series.
Ray, something you have been able to get over.
I want to say last year's World Series, honestly. Just because of the run, how unexpected it was. As much as it, wish they got the job done. I think that month for me brought me so much joy that when I look back on it, I know I had this conversation with John Kincaid like a couple weeks ago. Like, how could you not still be upset about, X, Y, Z and the song's a loser song and the we ain't losing thing, all that stuff. I still look back at that month with a lot of happiness where I'm like, yeah, the ending there kind of stunk. And, when I walked out of there, game 3, I was like, oh my God, they're going to do it.
Well, yeah.
But I really don't have the same feeling of hurt that I did with the Super Bowl.
Sixers had a 3-2 series lead, lost the series. Phillies had a 2-1 series lead, lost the series. Angry at the Sixers, more sad that the Phillies didn't win.
Yeah.
Like, I was sad when it ended.
Yeah.
But I didn't come in here the next day ready to fire Rob Thompson or, bench this guy. This guy came up small.
It was just like, all right, you lost to the better team.
You lost to a dynasty.
Yeah. Yeah, the Astros are that.
They're a dynasty.
Yeah.
Cheating, no cheating, they're a dynasty. They have young talent that come up every year. They're the Braves, but they've won.
They have people like Kyle Tucker who isn't really known nationally, but he's just like a stud.
And big moment, right?
Yeah.
Like the Chaz McCormick catch.
And they're only 2 games back of the Rangers still.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're just a machine.
They're just a machine.
They're 50-41.
So I'm with you on the Phillies one, but I was over it the next day. Like, I was just sad.
Yeah.
I would say people don't share that sentiment with you. I think there's a lot of people that still aren't over it.
Yeah, there's people that want to, they're still angry about Rob Thompson pulling Zach Wheeler. And all I have to keep on saying is it worked the entire run.
Yeah.
I don't agree with the decision, but I'm not ripping the guy for making the decision because it worked every other time.
Yeah. It's hard to have revisionist history with that.
Yeah, it is. Let's go to the phone, 610-632-0975. Let's go to Elliot in Boston. Elliot, what's going on?
How's it going, guys?
How you doing?
Just enjoying all the sports that are going on today, right?
Yeah, I know. That's why we're talking about Reddit users who said they were in a Russian imprisonment and they didn't know anything about sports for 3 years.
Hey, listen, the cookie debate is a good one. I'm listening along.
What are your feelings?
I think
you sound like an oatmeal raisin guy.
I am an oatmeal raisin.
Damn right you are.
I can smell
You're
him
a
out.
smart man, Elliot.
I think so. The most important thing is that it's irrelevant if you have a good glass of milk alongside it. I think that can make any cookie better.
Well, yeah, but I'm working under the not every cookie gets a glass of milk with it.
All right, well, even if there is no glass of milk, the oatmeal raisin cookie, when baked properly and it's hot and moist at the same time.
Look, you got qualifiers already for it.
Why? Do you want a stale chocolate chip cookie?
It's still better than an oatmeal raisin.
Better than a fresh out of the oven oatmeal raisin.
Yeah.
Incorrect.
Yes.
So let me lay something on you guys. So I live in Boston, right? So I'm surrounded by a bunch of Celtics fans.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It is brutal. You guys just talked about, things you're not over. I'm still not over. I was a freshman in high school when the first time we faced the Celtics in the playoffs. So the whole process years, it was brutal.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. And then you just went through what you just went through. Game 6 and Game 7.
Yeah, it's almost hard to want to watch, but it's the passion that keeps you going, right? I'm not one of those fans who's going to say, hey, I'm not watching the team this year. I just think that's nonsense at the end of the day.
No, of course not. You're still in, but there is a sense of, all right, here we go again, ready to take another beating, because that's what I kind of feel like the Sixers will be this year. It's just going to be another beating.
Yeah, I mean, I listen to you guys when I'm on my way to work every day in the morning. And Chunis and John Kincaid and all that. Like I listen to you guys, and I feel like I'm in the same boat as all of you, right? Just you want to feel encouraged, but at the end of the day, the facts are the facts. This team hasn't really achieved anything in 20-something years.
Well, yeah, 20-something years out of the second round, 40 years since they won a title. And thanks for the call, Elliot. I mean, it's been rough. And here's the thing. So Elliot said this, and it kind of is a point that I made early on in the offseason. When each season has ended, there has always been something to still be hopeful for. Like, all right,
Yeah.
Embiid's going to be better next year. Simmons is going to be better next year. Jimmy Butler is going to be gone. All right, we're going to acquire another star. Wow, Al Horford, that's a good name. Wow, they got rid of Al Horford's contract. That means they'll be able to acquire somebody else. Wow, look, they got James Harden for a guy that didn't want to play. This is the first time where you go, all right, what's that thing to be excited for?
And I guess there is a possibility that does come.
Yeah, like,
but I think
we've been talking about Levine this entire time.
Yeah, I think it's impossible for people to see that right now.
Yeah, it's hard for me to see it.
It's hard for me to see it too. And this discontent be damned line really kind of shook me to my core here, because I don't see many MVPs wearing Sixers jerseys in my lifetime, and to see that potentially fizzling out here with another malcontent point guard because of how contract negotiations went. Like that's like worst case scenario.
I hate that he's doing this.
So do I.
Like, dude,
but this is the NBA, and you have to know these things are possible, especially when you play hardball with somebody's money. And look, 2 weeks ago we're like, all right, credit to Daryl Morey for playing.
Somebody's $31 million.
Yeah, you're good for playing hardball with his contract and telling him to go test the market and all that. Well, now it's opened up a whole new situation, and that's a superstar in this league who's not happy that somebody played hardball with his money. And do you want to bring that into your camp?
No, I don't want to bring it into my camp. No,
I don't either.
But what was it? Discontent be damned.
Yeah.
That was the story today.
Yeah.
It looks like James Harden's going to be back here.
And and how much of him wanting out is him wanting that extra $5 million?
Maybe because of the trade kicker. Maybe
because of the trade kicker. Maybe he's going, well,
I didn't get the money I wanted.
Yeah.
I'm getting $5 more million if I get traded.
I gave back 10 to you this year. If I get to LA, I'm getting 5 of that back. So maybe that's part of it too.
Unbelievable.
Little piece of news out of the Philadelphia Eagles world.
Okay.
Eagles first round selection Jalen Carter is being sued by former Georgia football staffer. Now, remember, there was 2, I think, graduate assistant or maybe assistant coaches that were a part of the car racing thing and the situation that led to that night. So I assume it's somebody that was involved with the situation. He's being sued by the former staffer for leaving the scene of the fatal car crash. As defendant Carter was aware at the time, he was jointly responsible for the crash and had a legal duty to remain on the scene, the lawsuit says via ESPN. Instead, in part, obviously, fearful of bad publicity and the effect on his NFL draft status, he hoped not to be questioned or take any responsibility for his actions.
So I'm on the record. I did not want the Eagles to draft him. Would love his talent, but it was one of those, I hoped he got drafted before 10 so that we didn't even have to have the conversation. He's a steal at 10 in terms of his talent.
Absolutely. But this is going to baggage
this
that
is
comes
gonna
with
linger.
it.
And it's not just this occasion. There was a body cam footage of a cop that pulled him over. He was going like 90 in a 40-mile-an-hour zone, and the cop let him off with a warning because you guys got a big game tomorrow, and I don't want to make the news. And it's like, okay, now he's a kid.
Kids make mistakes.
I drove highly over the speed limit at times when I was younger, but I never was a part of this.
Yeah, I mean, camp's only 2 weeks away, and now he's getting sued.
And you knew something was going to come.
Yeah, you knew there was baggage, and there's a reason 9 other teams said, no thanks.
Dude, the kid's a stud.
And hopefully, having Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean and Ringo and all these guys that know and love and support him, I'm sure, will help, bring him back to the good side.
Yeah.
But there's going to be some baggage from this.
I didn't want him because I thought he was a bad player. I didn't want him because
of the baggage.
And I was hoping he would have gotten drafted before the Eagles.
Yeah.
But the Eagles have him. And so now it's up to this entire team to work on this.
Yeah.
610-632-0975. We have one segment left. Black Ice checks in, by the way. Oatmeal Raisin, the GOAT.
Oh,
Jamie,
God.
you're tripping?
No.
You're tripping, dude?
No, Black Ice. Quit playing.
Oh, man.
As the kids say.
Ray's World coming up around 1:30.
Matt Gelb released the Phillies schedule for next year.
Oh, you want to do W's and L's?
Let's break down the W's and L's.
162.
That'll kill a segment.
I do like looking to see where they start and how they finish.
It's a good one.
All right. Well,
And we have the dates of the London game. I don't know if that was known.
oh, that's right. They're playing in
Mets.
London against the Mets. All right,
Two in London.
We'll give you that. 610-632-0975. He's Jamie Lynch and Andrew Salchunas filling in for the Cuz right here on The Fanatic. Oh, and you know what? Phils are back tomorrow. You know what that means?
What does it mean, Andrew?
You can load up that FanDuel Sportsbook app and start making some wagers on the Flames. I'll be going to the first game of the doubleheader on Saturday, so I know I'll have the app buzzing while I'm inside CBP. So there's so much to bet on, but not just baseball. The championships are here, and you can ace your first bet with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. And right now, new customers can get 10 times their first bet amount in bonus bets up to $200. That's right. Just bet $20, and you'll land $200 in bonus bets. Win or lose, that's $200 that you can spend betting everything from individual matchups to who you think is going to win it all. It's all in an app that's safe, secure, super easy to use. Plus, when you win, you can get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/fanatic to get up to $200 in bonus bets. There's no better place to bet tennis than FanDuel. It's America's #1 sportsbook. So sign up today at FanDuel.com/fanatic to get up to $200 in bonus bets. You have to be 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issues non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Harden still wants out. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Compassion International. Drought, war, and rising food prices have devastated families in poverty. $50 provides a food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646. The Athletic released another update on the James Harden saga, and once again, it says that James Harden wants out, but the Sixers are still holding firm in trying to keep him around and keep him in the fold in Philadelphia. Elsewhere, the Union beat Nashville 2-0 last night. A pair of PKs for Daniel Gazdag was the difference in the game. 3 red cards were given out last night as the Union climbed to 4th in the Eastern Conference with the win. The Phillies return tomorrow night. They host the Padres at 6:05, beginning of a 4-game set. Christopher Sanchez gets the start for the Phils. Josh Harrison was placed on the IL on Wednesday with a right wrist contusion. There'll be a corresponding move coming tomorrow. Matt Gelb joined the show earlier, and you can catch the entire conversation at 97.5thefanatic.com. Elsewhere in the NBA, LeBron announced, shockingly, he's not retiring. That coming out yesterday on the day without sports. Then Kristaps Porzingis signed a 2-year, $60 million extension to remain with the Boston Celtics, who traded for him earlier this offseason. Keep it locked right here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
Anthony Gargano, weekdays 10 to 2 on 97.5 The Fanatic. FanFest 2023 is Saturday, August 26th at Xfinity Live with FanDuel Sportsbook. Go to 975thefanatic.com for details and ticket rate info.
FanFest 2023 is brought to you by Imagine Lifestyle's Luxury Rentals. From Bentley to Lamborghini, Ferrari, and more. Get all your exotic car rentals in one place. Visit them at ImagineLifestyles.com.
And 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
When you hear the words cancer research, what do you think of? Do you think of clinical trials, new treatment protocols? Well, I think of all the lives that are going to be saved, like mine will be. Let me tell you something. The next big cancer breakthrough's out there. That's why I'm proud to have teamed up with the American Association for Cancer Research since we launched the John Kincaid Show, and now they've launched the John Kincaid Scholarship Fund that supports the next generation of cancer research scientists. As a 2-time cancer survivor, soon to be a 3, I've seen what happens when research teams have the opportunity and the resources to explore their ideas. This will be my 3rd cancer journey, and I'm aware the treatments and protocols that I will benefit from originated with an idea, a theory, a scientist, a researcher, and I'm not taking it for granted. When you donate to the John Kincaid Scholarship Fund, you're going to help young minds follow in the footsteps to be able to help others enjoy the same dream that I have right now. Discover the next big cancer breakthrough by helping out with the AACR. AACR.org/fanatic, and I certainly appreciate it. AACR.org/fanatic, because cancer research saves lives.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-727-3390 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-727-3390. That's 267-727-3390 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-727-3390. That's 267-727-3390. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you. If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/FREE. ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Right now at Wendy's, when you buy either Dave's Single, Spicy Chicken Sandwich, Medium Frosty, or 10-piece nuggets, you can get another for just $1. Your dollar never tasted so good. So it's obvious what everyone will get, right?
Definitely nugs
Spicy
and
chicken
a Frosty.
sandwich,
Dave's single and a Frosty for me.
and a Frosty. Okay, who said Frosty and a Frosty? Pick your obvious choice. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's, buy one, get one for $1.
Limited time only. Price of participation may vary. U.S. Wendy's, valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined in a combo or any other offer.
Don't miss a minute this summer at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Dave Matthews Band, Friday and Saturday, July 21st and 22nd. Brett Michaels with Night Ranger, Mark McGrath, and more, July 23rd. Tickets are available now at Ticketmaster.com. Secure your box seating and VIP club access today by contacting Philly Premium Seating at LiveNation.com. Go to LiveNation.com now.
Hey, it's Cuz. Dust off those renovation plans. Start designing the kitchen of your dreams with help from Colonial Marble and Granite. Colonial Marble and Granite offering fully installed countertops for just $14.99. How about an all-in kitchen for $69.99? That includes cabinetry, countertops, sink and faucet package. You heard me right. $69.99 all-in kitchen. Stop by an area showroom to see their amazing selection of products or make an appointment for a free in-home consultation. Visit colonialmarble.net today.
Hello? Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 97.5 The Fanatic on Odyssey on your smartphone, Roku, LG Smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now. More of the Anthony Gargano Show now.
On 97.5 The Fanatic.
121. Andrew Saltunis, Jamie Lynch filling in for the Cuz. We got Ray's World with Ray Dunn coming up. 1:30ish.
No cookie response from Anthony yet. Maybe he's sleeping off some jet lag.
Cookie response from Pat Egan, though.
Yeah, this one shocks me a little bit.
Pat Egan,
he is
man of the sweets. Yeah.
A sugar junkie.
He's a sweetsman. Oatmeal raisin, his go-to cookie, Jamie.
I mean, with how weird he is, that really shouldn't surprise me.
So am I weird?
But it does. Well, we've always known you're weird.
By the way, the poll, the 2 cookies left in the box, which are you picking? Oatmeal raisin, sugar cookie. 57% say sugar cookie, 43% say oatmeal raisin. So it's going up in favor.
People not
of the
respect
oatmeal
the sugar cookie out there?
No, I think it's you're not respecting the oatmeal raisin.
I would take
a
vanilla wafer over an oatmeal raisin cookie. I would take the old fudge stripes for the Keebler the Elves. Yeah,
He's not wrong.
I would
They're
take
delicious,
I would
but-
take a Thin Mint. I would take any Girl Scout cookie. You give me the lemonade shortbreads. Ooh,
You take
all
the
of-
coconut one over it?
I'm not a big coconut
Yeah,
guy.
exactly. You're full of it.
Yeah, I probably would though.
Oh, get the hell
Isn't
out
that
of
the
here.
Samoan?
No, stop lying.
That's the Samoan one.
Sure.
Yeah, Samoan over oatmeal raisin.
Stop it.
Oatmeal raisin is literally last on the list.
It's the worst cookie of all time.
Name me another cookie, and I'll probably have it over it.
Gingerbread.
All right,
That's
you
more,
might have me
yeah,
there.
dude. Like, you like making these cute houses with them, but
Yeah.
you eat the gingerbread itself. It kind of sucks.
It does.
That's why you make houses with it. That's why you don't eat them because
Yeah.
they're actually
All right.
terrible.
And you know which ones I actually hate? And I would take the oatmeal raisin over those spiced wafers. It's like the old Pennsylvania Dutch, the orange.
I kind of like them. It's more. I think it's more sentimental, like holiday
Maybe.
time.
No, they're not.
No, it doesn't
good.
do it for you.
All right, so I have oatmeal raisin ahead of 2 cookies,
Okay.
but
That's
it's down at the bottom of the power ranking.
I had a tough day at the house 2 days ago.
Why is that, Andrew?
This was after Maxie's, by the way. I forgot to bring this up yesterday. So you're tired. You have a couple beers. You're tired. You get home. You don't want to deal with anything. And, I'm coming home to a 1-year-old, so I have to deal with something.
Yeah, you got to give yourself the pep talk walking in the house.
Wasn't the kid I had to deal with.
No?
Wasn't my wife. I guess you could say my kid and my wife.
I think they probably had a hand in this. If I think this is where you're going.
Yeah. Christy forgot to throw out a poopy diaper.
Where was it?
On his changing mat on the floor. Because he's a maniac now. We can't change him on a table anymore. The kid's-
Yeah,
he's
because
a maniac.
it's like trying to wrestle a gator. Like those kids are pretty strong.
Dude, this kid's tough,
when
man.
they're trying to get out of the diaper change, man. They contort their body and twist and
The
turn.
other day, he was like laying on me and he kicked my throat.
Oh,
I was
nice.
like, dude, like,
Yeah.
kid's got some pop.
Paige's new thing is we have like a thing behind our pillows that stops the gap in between the headboard and she likes to climb up on that and then basically like power bomb you
Nice,
down.
it's
like,
good.
Like wrestling style.
That's good. She's learning well.
So yeah, we've taken some stray shots.
So mom left the pooper diaper out.
Oh no.
And Lilia, the dog, got to it. Opened the diaper. Definitely got a nibble in there. Also rolled in it. So then was on the couch. So good thing is I have the animal spray. When they like vomit or something. I basically used the entire container. Had to take her out for a hose
down?
off bath. Do you have any animal stories where they get into something you don't want them to get into? Because that's the first real like nasty one. I told the story before. I had to take her to the emergency room. She ate 20 hair ties. But that was weird. Like that's not like.
Yeah, Bootsy's eating some chicken bones, which can be really dangerous.
Oh yeah, it's bad for him.
Yeah, you're supposed to give him like the white rice right away, so it and probably take him to the doctor. Nothing like too gross.
Okay, so never a diaper.
Nah. Although somebody very close to me, I'll leave names out of it.
Yeah.
Their daughter may have taken a deuce outside sans diaper, like in the backyard.
Yeah.
Because kids do that. Like Skylar's like pulled up and peed in our backyard before. I look over and she's just like dropping her out and peeing, and I'm like, no. Like, but their dog ate the daughter's.
Because it's not theirs, so they don't know.
Yeah, dogs eat poop. I mean, it's not. It's something that's a real problem.
Yeah, so that was
So that's pretty nauseating when you think about that.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Yeah, that's
And she gave me a kiss later, and I was like, "Oh my god, I forgot!" Because a dentist stick's not going to do it. Like, that's not going to actually do anything.
They do have some kind of like rinse that you can put in their water for like a mouthwash type of thing.
I had to do that when we first rescued her because she was in like a pound. So
yeah,
like,
who the hell knows how effective that stuff is?
Yeah,
can't really hit it with the Listerine there.
No,
that's pretty gross.
So
Yeah,
that was a tough. So I get home, and I'm like, I'm ready to just kind of chill out. And nope,
you got to take the dog outside.
And she doesn't like getting bathed, so I'm chasing her around the house.
Well, it's cold hose water, right? It's not like you're giving her a nice temperature.
The water had been running for a little bit. I think it warmed up because
but it's
I had
still
to
from the
chase her
hose,
down.
so there's no temperature control on it.
Yeah, it was a tough time. So if you have any dog stories, feel free to let me know. Make me feel
pretty
better.
gross, yeah.
So the Phillies schedule's out. We're going to do W's and L's.
Yeah, let's break it down. Pat Egan already has him at, what did he just tweeted out? He's got him at 155 and whatever.
And 7.
Yeah,
That's good.
he said there's a road trip in the middle of June that he's worried about. But other than that.
So what do we got? What's the, I like where are they starting?
Let me see
away.
here. The first games are the Atlanta Braves at home. So this is actually a good first week of the year. You get the Atlanta Braves. I always hate the day off after the opener.
Why do they do that?
Because of rain days.
Well, I know, but why
I
did they actually do it? Because you know what's going to happen? It's going to be beautiful Friday.
Yeah, of course.
And then the next day it's going to be rainy.
So they have a 3-game series with the Braves, and then De La Cruz comes to town.
Oh, that's cool.
And the Cincinnati Reds are the second series of the year. Then they hit the road. It looks like it's fairly balanced home versus road in the first 2 months of the season.
Okay, that's cool.
There is a blue mark on the schedule, and that's the Mets series. That is June, looks like 8th and 9th over in London town.
Okay, that's cool.
So that's in the middle of June. You know, the rest of it's just the baseball schedule.
So take the opposition their first game back.
Yeah. That will be the Boston Red Sox.
We saw that with the Cubs earlier this year.
On the road, going from London back to Boston, and then to Baltimore, and then back home.
So a long road trip, pretty much.
Yeah, it's like a 10-dayer.
Is there any
So they do get 2 days off before London, one for a travel day. And
so I just pulled it up. I'm trying to see the fun teams in Philly because they're playing every teams, but remember, not always here. Like they're playing Seattle in Seattle this year.
Yeah, I would like to see Julio Rodriguez.
Well, they played him earlier this year in Seattle.
Looks like if the Rangers are good again, you'll have some star power with them coming into town.
Yep.
Yankees are in town. That'll be a big one. Tampa's in town.
Okay.
And then that's pretty. I mean, the Padres are coming to town.
Houston. All right. So you got the
and Milwaukee
2 year removed.
So you can get some good games.
Okay. Sounds good. So that's your 2020.
Where do you want to start doing W's and L's? Day one?
Day one, of course.
All right. The Braves. That's going to be Wheeler versus Strider. I'll give Wheels the home crowd energy bump there.
Sorry, they start the season 1-2.
Ah, jeez.
Man, I'm a negative Nancy.
Great.
Phil's down 1-2 already. Can't believe it.
Man, season's a disaster.
Fire Rob. It's time to get rid of Rob Thompson. Can't. Whatever. W's and L's.
Well, as long as maybe you change the things in the order.
Well, what would you change?
Just stuff.
I was meaning to get into that with Matt Gelb. I wonder what his thoughts are on the Schwarber leadoff spot. If Turner gets hot, does he get bumped up?
He should.
I'll let you move your vowel aside for a second.
He's the prototypical leadoff hitter. Yeah. Speed, controlled hitting, high average, good on base, leads the league in steals.
He should be the leadoff hitter.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now it should be Bryce.
Yeah, I do like that because he works counts. He's kind of the prototypical leadoff hitter right now.
He's got a little bit of speed.
Call it old school, but he is the prototypical leadoff hitter right now.
I've been calling for that for a little while, but I wouldn't hate Turner there either, and I wouldn't hate Lestat there either. This kid's awesome.
Yeah, but he's been so good in the 6-hole. That's my only thing.
I hear you.
He's been so good.
He wouldn't be my first choice.
Schwarber has not been better in the leadoff spot.
No.
Stott has he's hitting 350 in the 6-hole this year.
Schwarber has a higher on base when he bats second, third, fourth, and fifth in a lineup than he does at leadoff.
How do you feel that the series begins tomorrow? How do you feel that they're starting with Christopher Sanchez?
Fine.
I want to say what I'm going to pull up right now is the Philly schedule for this year, not the.
Are we doing W's and L's for the rest of the year?
Well, I want to see because there's obviously a reason why they would have him pitch that game because it's probably setting up for down the road. I mean, I'm sure they looked into how many times is he going to pitch against the Nationals because they do have the Nationals a lot. They have the Marlins still. They have the Pirates. They have the Orioles. I'm sure they probably set it up that way specifically, which is what they did last year, and it worked out.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that's what it's going to be, but we'll see as the season goes on. It's just kind of not unsettling, but you start the second half, it's Christopher Sanchez is on the bump, dude. Hopefully he can shut me down.
I mean, if he's Christopher Sanchez of the last two starts, and you're in great shape to start the second half of the year.
Yeah, then you're in a pretty good spot.
Then go get a left fielder so I don't have to watch that man play defense anymore, and let's go.
All right, two things.
And Juan Soto's back on the team flight. They offered it to him. maybe you just say, hey, Juan, why don't you just stay?
Yeah, sounds good.
San Diego's not good for you.
Two things.
You put Juan at left, Bryson right. I think everybody wins.
So we talked about this before the show started. The apparent Jalen Hurts lookalike.
I don't really see it that much.
So
a little bit, some resemblance, but not like really.
I just saw from Eagles Nation the original photo,
and it looks a lot more.
It looks, yeah. He grew his beard out. So if you want to sneak on over here, this does actually look a lot like Jalen Hurts. This was the original picture that made him go viral. So that kind of makes sense. But that's kind of cool.
Yes.
There's a UPS driver who looks a lot like Jalen Hurts. And last year, Jalen Hurts quote tweeted the video and said, "I never told y'all about my side hustle?" With a question mark. And so apparently the two of them are going to collaborate in the near future to do some business. And I think that's really cool. I think Jalen Hurts is just awesome.
He does seem like he gets it in every walk and facet of life.
Like, he was the guy who, if you doubted him, which I was one of them, you became one of them, you still rooted heavily for the guy.
Yes.
And number one, if he did well, it means the Eagles did well. And
yes,
we're Eagles fans, so that's plain and simple. But the dude is awesome. He's a good guy. The guy works his ass off to try to get better. And just everything about him, you're like, all right, this guy's awesome. Great businessman, clearly. Smart.
Yeah.
And you love that he's your quarterback. And now he's the number one jersey sale in all the NFL. We went through that yesterday.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. Yeah, and hopefully he matches last year, maybe even exceeds it. Jeremy Fowler said when they had their OTAs, people I've been talking to inside the Eagles believe he still has another step to take.
Yeah.
I mean, if he has another step to take, damn.
Yeah, and your only fear really this year is what if he regresses?
Well, one of my fears is that they run too much with
I know.
him.
And I need that to. And look, you have now Rashad Penny, DeAndre Swift, Kenneth Gainwell, Boston Scott's still hanging in here.
And back to the tush push, you kind of want to limit.
No, it works every time, and he's protected, and it's not a cheap play.
But, eventually, if they really are calling them all P's, somebody's going to get angry and take a shot low or do something. I want to try to minimize how much they run with him. It's tough because it's a part of why their offense is great. So I'm not saying strip it away.
No, but I always say the 18 carries he had against the Packers, how about that drops to 9?
Yeah, please.
In the games where it's usually 8, how about you drop that down to 4?
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Preserve him a little bit because...
Don't, rely on it.
Yeah.
Use it from time to time.
We have Ray's World coming up, but I want to get Ray angry before.
Oh, good. I'm really happy about this.
Thank you to Jared Thomas sending us a proposed trade via Bleacher Report.
What do you say, Jared Thomas?
It's a 4-team deal.
Are we talking NBA, MLB?
NBA.
Okay.
This is from Bleacher Report.
All right.
I don't know whose story it is. I don't know if it was a Jake Fisher or whoever. But somebody put this together.
And are we going to like it or we're not?
Well, Ray's
so
going to
curious.
Ray's going to get
upset.
angry. 4-team deal. Heat, Clippers, Sixers,
Oh, no.
Trailblazers.
No.
Let's start.
Don't even say it. Don't even say it.
The Miami Heat,
They
who
get
will
Dame.
acquire Dame Lillard. They'll also get Marcus Morris from the Clippers. The Clippers will be receiving James Harden as well as PJ Tucker. The Trailblazers, 2027 and 2029 unprotected first-round picks via Miami. 2028, 2030 unprotected first-round picks via the Clippers. They will also acquire Kyle Lowry, Nicholas Batum, Nikola Jovic, not Jokic, but Jovic, Kobe Brown, Amir Coffey, and Jason Preston. And your Philadelphia 76ers will acquire Caleb Martin, Robert Covington, a 2029 second-round pick via the Miami Heat. But the big name in the trade, Ray, go ahead. Who do you think it is?
It's going to be Tyler Hero.
It's going to be Tyler
This is a disaster.
Hero.
This would be a disaster. I would be out. I actually might run away.
Wow, you tune out? You're done?
No, you might have to come find me.
No, I don't love Hero, but why is it that?
I can't stand
He
Tyler
hates Tyler
Hero.
Hero.
Tyler Hero is so overrated.
I agree with
so
you.
incredibly overrated. The fact that he's going to be the centerpiece of a return to
Rocco's the centerpiece. You always build around Rocco.
Well, yeah. Rocco was the centerpiece of the Jimmy Butler trade.
Yeah.
Now people
clearly
want to discredit it. But
some people forget that. Yeah.
I can't. I literally, if Tyler Hero is here, that's it. We will do free agency for me. I will demand out of my fandom, and I will find somewhere else to root for. I have no interest.
Well, man, he'll do that smug smirk he does.
Oh, yeah.
Where he lifts the
it's
lip
so
up.
Great. Yeah, so great. So worth the money he's being paid. Give me a break.
So your roster would be...
It's only like $27 million, right, that he's paid?
He's a max contract, man.
Yeah, only.
So your roster would be Maxey and Hero are your starting guards. Unless you move Hero to the bench, which Miami did, but...
Oh, why'd they do that?
Maxey, Hero.
Wait. Did they make it to the finals without him?
Yeah, he was hurt.
Oh,
he was hurt.
Really? Interesting. Got it.
Is Paul Reed in the starting lineup? I'll just ask you guys for the sake of the argument.
No, not if Tobias is still here.
All right, so Tobias is your 4, Embiid's your 5. So your 3 is either Caleb Martin.
Yeah, probably him.
Robert Covington.
Actually, Rocco would probably be in there for some defensive purposes.
Good call.
Who else? Or D'Anthony Melton.
How tall is Melton? Was he like 6'4", 6'5"? I mean, he might be able to in emergency situations play the 3.
So who's your starter?
He's actually Melton's only 6'2". No, I'm out on that.
All right, so you're going.
Caleb Martin is 6'5", so I'd probably put him at the 3.
How tall is Hero?
I want to say he's like 6'5".
He's definitely. I feel like he's taller, but he's not.
Tyler Hero is 6'5".
All right, so you're going. Maxey is Hero the 2?
Yeah.
Maxey's your point. Hero's the 2. Caleb Martin
3. Tobias
4. Embiid 5. Now your bench is deeper. Like, look, I don't like Rocco, but Rocco's good. He's a
fine bench.
Bench piece. So Rocco's on the bench. D'Anthony Melton's on the bench. Paul Reed's on the bench. Patrick Beverley's on the bench.
It's a better bench unit.
It's a better bench.
Yeah. And you did get some shooters in Hero and Rocco.
And Caleb Martin can create a shot. And is it the worst trade?
It's not the worst.
No. You also get the all-important second-round pick, which can acquire a player at some point.
I'm shocked the Sixers haven't tried to accumulate more draft picks by now.
This is not the worst trade.
No, because you're turning 1 year of a malcontent James Harden into Tyler Hero, Caleb Martin,
2 starters,
and Rocco.
You're getting 2 starters, bench piece, and pick.
Yeah, as much as I think Tyler Hero's overrated too, I would probably have interest in that.
You guys answer the phones when people start talking about Hero's contract.
So the question
That's
is,
on you guys. I have no piece
I'll
in
ask
this.
you, Ray. Hero, Caleb Martin, Rocco, and the pick, or Terrence Mann and Norman Powell.
Terrence Mann and Norman Powell.
You still have PJ Tucker on the team. You still have that contract.
Yeah.
So Tyler Hero's contract just started this year. He's $27 million this year, 29 next, 31 after that, 33 after that. So he's got 4 years remaining.
Yeah, and then Harris is up. Maxey gets that other slot. That's your 3 max players are Embiid, Hero, and Tyrese Maxey.
Oh, yeah. I'll start building the floats. They're coming down Broad Street. Don't you worry. Woohoo.
Man, this Tyler Hero hate. Look, I don't love Tyler Hero.
Give me a break.
But it makes the money work. And blah, 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 blah.
Stop it. I will not be talked into a team where my 3 max players are Embiid, Maxey, and Tyler Hero. No. Yeah, come on.
But when stars kind of hijack your team and do this, sometimes you just got to do the best you can. And I hate to say this is a world where Tyler Hero might be the best you can do.
No. Ray Dunn, I will have a Tyler Hero jersey in here for you when the trade happens.
I won't wear it.
What jersey number do you want? Whatever he has, I could pick. I could put 97.5 on the back.
Tyler Hero's dad calls him an assassin scorer and calls you a casual, I want you to be ready for it. Because you're going right down that same path.
Oh man, my plan worked. He's all riled up.
Oh, I hate this. I hate
Jay
this so
Williams
much.
is on ESPN right now. His clips are getting retweeted around that he says absolutely James Harden should feel disrespected by the Sixers.
I hate Jay Williams. I hate Jay Williams.
If he doesn't feel disrespected, then I will question James Harden's love of basketball.
It's not about basketball. It's about money, Jay Williams. It's all about money. This has nothing to do with basketball. He thought that he was going to get this big contract. He didn't get it. The Sixers screwed me over, and now I'm not getting $35 million. I'm getting only $31. Like, come on, dude. Like, I get you're a pro player because you play in the league. Good for you. That's awesome. But you can't say that James Harden should feel disrespected. They're trying to build a title contender here. This isn't about James Harden's pocket when he's still getting $31 million.
Man, both of you guys getting set off here.
No, but Jay Williams bothers me, man.
I like this.
Because now he's going to start taking shots at the Sixers. I'm sure he's going to somehow take a shot at Sixers fans. It bothers me, man. James Harden is not being disrespected. Daryl Morey did the correct thing to read the market, and he read the market precisely. James Harden is not getting the money he thought so. That's why he opted in, and now he's being a little baby and wants to get traded. And, I want to get traded to a better situation. He's going to the Clippers. All of a sudden, he's going to be on a very good team. Like, if you're so disrespected, get traded to Charlotte, dude.
You're just showing your real casual Sixers fandom.
How is this casual? How is this casual?
Just casual.
I hate you. I hate Jay Williams. All right, time now for Ray's World.
I kind of hate you right now. Thanks a lot. Now this is going to be all I think about all day.
Tyler Hero.
Look, don't kill the messenger. That's all I'm saying.
You specifically said you were reading it.
Our man NJ Betting Guru checks in. The team with Hero on it is better than what we've trotted out the past 2 seasons.
Oh, stop.
Finally have a pure shooter, and Tobias can play his game, Ray.
Oh, my. Yeah, great. We'll have an assassin score. We'll have a true shooter. Yeah, see what happens. I'll see you guys at the end of the second round.
Loud
again.
Sports Philly 2023 says, I'll take Tyler Hero. His girlfriend is a beaut.
That's a good point.
And you do get the girlfriend.
Did you take that into account, Ray?
Yeah, right.
No, I didn't. I would like to see them get past the second round. I don't care who's sitting courtside. We've already had celebrities. Yeah, I'm done. Give Tyler Hero. All right, whatever.
All fired up.
This is ridiculous. This is so. What are we doing? This is where we're going to go.
Oh man, it's Ray's World. You made us late. It's 1:44.
This is where our off season's going to go. We're going to spend time. Oh, Tyler Hero is actually the missing piece to all this. A trade that brings in Tyler Hero is going to get us. Oh God, we are down horrendous. This is a disaster. You're right. This is a disaster.
Now I'm looking at Tyler Hero's girlfriend's Instagram page.
This is the end.
Worth the trade?
Give him a double.
You can't. You got to sleep on it.
Does he get a double max contract for it?
Blow this thing up. It's over.
Thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Not an oatmeal raisin cookie here.
Right. Getting a raise wherever we're at this point. So this is funny. You mentioned girlfriend. I had plans following our show yesterday. I went and saw my girlfriend's mom was in town.
Okay.
So I went, got nice lunch, hung out, getting ready to get the check. Now I've seen her now twice in a matter of a week because I saw them when we went up at Seinfeld. I'm asking, when do I have to pretend to have the money to go pay for something when I'm with the girlfriend's family?
You got a little bit of time.
A little bit of time?
She knows you chose an industry that she probably goes, oh, Ray, I wish you'd pursue something with a little more future in it.
All right, hold on.
I would say until you're 27, 28.
Hold on. Try to pick up one soon.
Okay.
And here's the reason why.
Make the effort once in a while.
Right.
And you'll be turned down politely.
So I know someone who is, how do I say this correctly, who's never paid for the check. I wanted to, any siblings?
No. She's an only child.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes it a little better.
So I wanted to make sure I was like, look, I'm serious about this. Now, I'm sure she already knows that you're seriously in love with your girlfriend, right? But I just wanted to, even though they knew.
Are you speaking for him? Do you know this for a fact? I mean,
we've been in this for a while. I would say it's pretty serious.
Right.
Yeah,
I kind of wanted.
I know he's the guy of casual, but there's nothing casual about this.
I wanted it to be known, like, I'm here, like, and they knew that I was making no money when I was first starting out in radio, and I kind of it was like an investment to pick up the tab one time. How often has she paid for you?
Pretty much every single time that this has happened.
I would say,
but she's also the one inviting you out, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's not like you're like, hey, let's go out to eat.
No.
If that does come about, then offer to pick it up.
And I've done other things like over the holiday, I'll send something up to the house.
Yeah.
You know, try and be nice about that. Get stuff delivered.
Now you can also, pick your battles, right? You could. This is a less expensive establishment.
Oh,
let me pick up the tab here.
Hooters has free wings on Wednesdays for like kids, so you could probably pass as a child,
just pretend to be young,
get a free meal, and then pick up her meal. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, sounds like a good place to bring her.
Yeah, you can always try to do that. Like, I was once at an establishment where it was definitely not cheap, and my father, well, not my father-in-law yet, but he was like, dude, get the hell out of here. Like, stop. But then, like, there was another place where he was like, all right, I'll let you have this one.
Yeah,
like, one of those kind of deals. I imagine sometimes you pick up the tab for your girlfriend, right? The two of you.
That's usually the way
Here's
it
how you
goes.
got to look at it. If it's just her mom, you're paying for one more person.
Right.
And it's going to mean the world to her.
That was what hit me, where it was like, we met. It's only the two of us. I could probably do this. And that's
it was just you two.
It's just the two of us. Yeah.
Okay.
Lexi has work. I'm just a radio guy that gets out of work.
Yeah, she's a real job.
Yeah, she works a real job. She's got to do dinner reservations like 8. Make sure she's out of work.
I would try every once in a while. You'll probably be denied.
Yeah.
But the effort is there.
And then here's a move that I pull every once in a while. Every once in a while. When I know, they're going to be upset if I pay. I'm going to go use the restroom.
And then go find the waiter.
I walk up to the waiter.
And just say, run this.
Here you go.
It's a power move.
I come back. They hand me the check. Just sign here. And then they go, what are you doing? I go, you guys have done a lot for me. Blah, blah. And that's kind of my move. Those two. So I say
that's pretty good. That's like the whole purpose of this segment, pretty much. I think we finally found it. After 3 weeks, we found the piece of advice that's going to get me over the top. Yeah,
I think you're reaching the stage where you can probably pick it up once, and you're good for a couple of years.
Oh, all right. I like the sound of that.
Well, because she knows what you're doing for a living, and I'm sure you don't talk finances with her.
I try to stay away from
that.
But
I'm sure your girlfriend has talked finances with her at some point.
Probably.
Because she needs to check in on her daughter, make sure everything's going okay.
Good point.
So,
yeah, make an effort, but I would say before, look, even with my in-laws now, it's still at a point where, I have to battle them. They're going to go above and beyond to pick up all the tabs. So it's like...
Well, because they also know that you're paying for 2 more people.
Yeah, but it's it's kind of one of those things, and I'll probably do it with, my daughter's partners at some point.
Yeah.
Where it's just
Oh, it's a rite of passage.
Also, don't order the most expensive thing on the menu. Because I know people that do that.
I go cheaper if I'm pretty sure I'll get paid for. I will go cheaper.
Yeah, I do the same thing too. You can't go most expensive item.
Since I've been 12, I've been looking at menus, be like, yeah, it's probably best.
Yeah,
I've always had that about me. There's been one time. There's one story that I like to tell where I didn't do that. But
all right, what is it?
I had just gotten done school. I want to say it was middle school or early high school. They said, "Oh, celebration, great grades."
Yeah.
So I was like, "Oh, I'm an A student. I can ball out here." And I went. I forget what it was. It might have been a surf and turf, honestly. I might have went the full shebang.
Wow, nice. It's a good workout.
And my dad looked at me like, "Dude, what are you doing?
Killing me, Smalls."
I was like, "Sorry, I thought we were celebrating me tonight." Like, what do you mean? Where's the upset nature coming from? So ever since then, I've been even more careful.
I was out to dinner. I was really young. I don't even remember where I was. But my cousin ordered lobster tail.
Oh, congrats.
His dad smacked him. It was like, you're not getting lobster tail. He'll get and it was like, he'll get the burger and fries.
Yeah.
And he was like, but Dad, I want, he's like, no. And we all kind of had to sit there at the table and be like, yeah, I don't blame you. Like,
you
don't need to get the lobster tail.
You're fine with the burger.
If it's company dime, you go all out.
Well, that's
we've had this conversation.
That's where Anthony, lambasted me one time for ordering dessert on the boss's dime.
Yeah, men drink their
Real men drink their desserts. And I was like, well, when the boss is paying, I'm going 4 courses.
All right, so tomorrow we're going to do something different and fun. And it's going to involve technology, dude, which I'm not good at.
No, clearly.
But Ray will be leading the charge tomorrow.
Oh, good.
And we're going to be going up against the internet. And so I'll just kind of leave it at that. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. We'll have Buster Olney and Kevin Nagandi on tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have some fun with Kevin Nagandi regarding this idea that we have in store for you tomorrow. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We want everybody involved. Are you going to try to watch quarterback today?
I will try.
Okay.
But we're also crushing some bear right now. So
oh yeah,
I might not be able to talk her into that now.
Okay.
So I might have to wait till the weekend.
Okay. It is really good.
I'm looking forward to it.
Love to talk about that with
Omaha
everybody tomorrow as
Productions.
Well. Yeah, Peyton's in it for the opening.
Is he?
He kind of just explains what they did and everything, and it was really cool. So
Are these guys getting paid?
I'm sure.
Why else
it was
would you
at
do
their
it, right?
houses? Like
Yeah.
they're in their home, so I
You got to be
imagine
getting
they are.
paid for the intrusion.
Probably. You have the best show ever coming your way at 2:00, so make sure you check them out as well. Phillies off for another day. They'll be back tomorrow.
I miss them.
I do too. I can't wait. I miss their Musk. Everybody have a great rest of your day, and we will talk to you tomorrow.
Fanatic Sports Update.
It works out. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Arnold Palmer Spike. Want to win a spot for 2 in the sold-out Fanatic Charity Golf Classic? Join the Fanatic crew Monday, July 17th from 8 to 9 p.m. at Moonshine, Philly. Enjoy $3 Arnold Palmer Spike, 1825 East Wyomissing Avenue in Pensport. For details, visit the events page on 97.5thefanatic.com. The Athletic reporting that James Harden still wants to be traded, but the Sixers are still holding firm and trying to bring him back into the fold. The Union beat Nashville last night 2-0. A pair of PKs for Daniel Gazdag were the difference in the match. 3 red cards were given out in the entirety of the match. The Union climbed to 4th in the Eastern Conference with the win. Phillies return tomorrow night. They host Padres at 6:05. Christopher Sanchez gets the start. Josh Harrison was placed in the aisle on Wednesday with a right wrist contusion. Corresponding move coming Friday. Matt Gelb joined the show earlier. You can catch the entire conversation at 97.5thefanatic.com. In other NBA news, LeBron is not retiring, he announced yesterday, and Kristaps Porzingis signed a 2-year, $60 million extension with the Celtics. This update is also brought to you by Compassion International. Drought, war, and rising food prices have devastated families in poverty. $50 provides a food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646. Keep it locked right here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's the Cuz, Anthony Gargano. Weekdays 10 to 2 on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, it's John Kincaid for Window Nation, and a few words about summer. Searing, scorching, sweating, sweltering, all S words. Blazing, blistering, burning, baking, B words. Feeling the heat? I bet you are. I bet you feel the heat when you open up your electric bill, too. Look, this is a time that can get you hot under the collar. So, Window Nation's there to help you out. New energy-efficient windows that will help keep your home cool and comfortable. And they're also going to keep your energy bills lower. Your air conditioner will avoid premature breakdown. The best thing about Window Nation is they're offering you a great deal. Every 2 windows you purchase, you get 2 free windows. Plus, you'll put 0 down and make 0 payments with 0% interest for 24 months. In other words, don't open your wallet for 2 full years. You take advantage of all the benefits, but you're not paying a dime. So maintain your chill and lower your bill with new Window Nation windows. Buy 2, get 2 free and pay nothing for 2 full years. Call 866-90NATION after you've done your window shopping online at windownation.com. Don't miss out. Window Nation, 866-90NATION. Tell them John Kincaid sent you.
These are emails filling your employees' inboxes. Downloads beaming from device to device. And any one of them could be a cyber attack. Is it possible to keep your small business safe? It is with Comcast Business Security Edge. It helps keep your connected devices protected, and you can monitor threat activity in real time. So this security threat is the last thing you need to worry about. With Comcast Business, advanced security isn't just possible, it's happening.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $69.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Call or go online to learn more. Offer ends 7/23/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 100 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
The championships are here, and you can ace your first bet with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Hey, it's Jen Scordo. Right now, new customers can get 10 times their first bet amount in bonus bets. That's up to $200. That's right. Just bet $20. You'll land $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. That's $200 you can spend betting everything from individual matchups to who you think is going to win it all. It's all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. Plus, when you win, you get paid instantly. There's no better place to bet tennis than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. So sign up today and visit FanDuel.com/Scordo to get up to $200 in bonus bets.
21 plus in present PA. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
This summer, I'll be about town thanks to our friends at Corona, the official cerveza of Major League Baseball. Join me for an ice-cold Corona tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. at Kavanaugh's Rittenhouse. Win some great prizes, including tickets to a game where you could sit in what we're calling Ricky Bo's Row. Kavanaugh's has been a go-to sports bar for years. Check out their new Rittenhouse location, now at 1921 Sampson Street. Hope to see you there. For details, visit the events page on 97.5thefanatic.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. With offices throughout the country, people often ask me where my headquarters are. Some lawyers like to say that I live in Florida. Well, I also live in Maui, and some days, New Hampshire. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community, handpicked by us. Think of it as the best of both worlds. By the way, my headquarters, it's wherever I'm sleeping that night. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus next day energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Scientists don't know why, but diet and exercise simply do not work for some people. If you're frustrated by your inability to lose weight, don't give up. The body you've been dreaming of can be yours at Iron Mountain Men's Health. Hi, this is Dr. Avi Donapel, and I'm excited to announce that Iron Mountain Men's Health now offers Ozempic to our patients struggling to lose weight. Ozempic is prescription only, so schedule your in-office or virtual appointment now at ironmountainmenshealth.com. That's Iron Mountain Men's Health, the leader in men's health.
Fanatic fan